It's one wide delivery in the over. Leeward Islands winning the toss, opting to take first strike. So we are here at the Gilbert Park facility, and the first over having been completed. An over bowled by Edmond Morancy for the Windward Islands team. Just one wide in the over. 1 run on the board. The opening batters for the Leeward Islands team, the captain Tenes Francis, as well as Devanand Singh, accompanying out there in the middle. Going to be Singh to face up. Let's run through the lineups for both teams. Fairly overcast day here at Gilbert Park. So false start there. Just run through the batting lineup for the Leeward Islands, who won the toss and opted to bat. Tenes Francis, the captain. Devanand Singh, the entree Drew. Carlton Pluck, Irette Richards, Israel Morton, Mika McKenzie, Keaton Francis, Amori Jones, Lawshawn Bergen. It's the first delivery there. Cody Grant opening the bowling. And Kylie Tong, fast bowler. That's the Leeward Islands lineup, the Windward Islands lineup. Theo Edward, the captain. Jalali Joseph, the vice captain. Edmond Morancy, Joel Duran. Cody Grant was the ball in his hand now, opening the bowling from the northern end. With umpire Ryan Willoughby presiding. Wide signal goes through to the wicketkeeper Ersino Fontaine today with the gloves. Ann Elcock, Watson Seaton in the lineup again. Luvio Charles, Cody Fontanelle. And the start today, for a very interesting one indeed, Basuru Aravinda Bishop, the ambidextrous spin bowler. This one is cut past. I was about to say past first slip. But that is Charles there. An excellent stop in the first slip, diving across to his right. Can't prevent a single. Singh is off the mark. And a pick up from Edwards there, shy at the stumps, hitting the stumps out of the ground. Francis was well in his ground and a good stop there in the first slip. So the conditions out there in the middle is just soft a bit on the foot, but sufficiently fit enough for play to start at 9:30 this morning. Again, the other two games on, Barbados versus Jamaica, the Inshan Ali Park, and Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana, the National Cricket Center. And at that Inshan Ali ground, the most easterly of the grounds. So any rain coming in from that direction, that will be the first game to be affected, as we lost all 3 games on Thursday. The news from the West Indies Cricket Board is that those games are pushed back to Sunday, tomorrow, 1st of September. Wide signal this time. Second wide for the over from Grant. And that game will be a T20 affair. Sunday, the 1st of September. So it will actually be the 3rd game that was scheduled. That is going to be played tomorrow. And the 5th and final game in this tournament will be played on Monday, the 2nd of September. A better delivery closer to the batter, Francis from Grant. So 4 runs on the board, 3 of them being wides. The score is 4 without loss. It's a good look at Francis there, the captain, the Leeward Islands team. He's had a pretty okay tournament in the 2-day competition. The mainstay in the top order for the Leeward Islands team. Playing a miss outside of the off stump. 4 legal deliveries in the over. He's bowling to just one slip and the gully. There is a fine leg and a third man in place. A backward point. A cover mid off, mid on, and the mid wicket. He's bowling with a 6-3 field. The first over from the northern end at Gilbert Park. As you mentioned, umpire Ryan Willoughby out of Barbados. He's presiding at that northern end. That brings the end of the second over of the morning. 4 without loss. 2 overs gone. Devon Singh with just 1 run. Francis yet to get off the mark. So Cody Grant had the new ball in that first over there. The reason for that being Kevon Bartholomew has been left out of the Windward Islands lineup. And with Essino Fontaine taking the gloves, Jonathan Daniel misses out. And Tyler Venner, he'll be the 14th man in today's proceedings. And Bartholomew being replaced for Basuru Bishop coming in. So opting to play another spinner, the Windward Islands. So we start the third over. Gonna get on for perhaps a leg by here to be signaled by umpire Rajkumar. Francis. Which Francis on to strike now. The decision taken by the Windward Islands team just to play the extra spinner. It'll mean a couple things. No ball signal by the umpire. I'm sure stepping over the mark quite significantly there. Umpire Rajkumar just waving the hand and trying to get the attention of the scorers. Yes, and now he will signal for that free hit. There's going to be an opportunity for Francis to get off the mark here. 5 runs on the board in the third over. Just come back to that point about the additional spinner in the team. Free hit. Pulls it off the top half of the bat. It goes over the head of cover. They get 1. Looking for a second. Singh has to be sent back by Francis. Fontenelle there in the cover, just chasing back. And the ball just plugging somewhat in the outfield. Francis realizing that the ball hadn't trickled too far past him after landing. Sent Singh back. So just one run coming off of that free hit. Takes a total on to 7. Good delivery outside of the off stump, left alone. We're just getting back to that point about the spinners. It means that it's going to be an increase, or rather the over rate should go a bit quicker, having the additional spinner in the team. Edged. Goes down to third man. Finally actually comes around and does the fielding. There's 2 runs in the end, takes a total on to 9. It's an edge pass slip there, past the first slip. Charles just having a look at his fingers there, his wrist area, with diving across, just landing in front of him, slowed it up. 2 runs in the end. Morancy, first delivery on the pads, but he's been outside the off stump. Subsequent to that, holding a good line, getting an edge, landing just in front of, to the right of Charles at first slip. Got a hand to it. So better line and link in the over for Morancy. He's had a good tournament with both bat and ball. He's been in the runs, taking wickets. This time he is on the leg stump. Walk down to fine leg. Looking for 2. Just 1 run in the end. The end of the over, 3 gone. And it's 10 without loss. So the Windward Islands playing an additional spinner here. They have the 2 leg break bowlers in that of Fontenelle, as well as Jelani Joseph, who's had a good tournament, both leg spinners. It means there's going to be fast over it, which would be important in this game if we are to get 50 overs in uninterrupted and no rain delays. So if that rain interruption does come, we should have a lot more overs on the board if the game is to be reduced. And we have a look at the skyline there. It's going to be Grant to continue. No ball called by umpire Willoughby. Both opening bowlers now just committing the cardinal sin of overstepping that front line. And it's going to afford the Leeward Islands another free hit. The first free hit just went for 1 run. This time it's going to be Devanand Singh to face up to the free hit. He's on 4 and an opportunity to try and put 1 away now. Get it to the boundary. As we said, the outfield is still a little bit soggy. Pitched up, driven straight back. Good looking shot past the bowler. And a misfield there at mid-on, coming around there. Looks like Durand there, and that beats him into the boundary. And 4 runs off the free hit to Singh. Takes the total on to 15. And just tumbling over. He couldn't get a hand to it. It raced into the boundary despite the sluggish outfield. Just a little bit soft on the footing. Might just have hampered Durand there as he tried to cut that one off. You see him there wiping some of the mud off of his hands in that area. That area was a significant amount of mopping up operations on Thursday. Singh forward in defense this time. 5 runs conceded in the over thus far. This one dropped into the onside. Just 1 run to the total. 16 without loss. So, ambidextrous off-spin bowler Bishop. The mid-wicket is being taken out now. Being placed on the offside. He's going across the cover, the youngster, 15-year-old, getting the opportunity in today's game. And the run from mid on just comes a bit straighter. And actually, he's been sent to mid wicket. So just two men on the onside. "16 runs on the board." As I say, good morning to my fellow co-commentator, Mr. Dylan Sharma. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Billy Fulong. Here, seeing the Leeward and Windward Islands. Sends you over with one, does Francis.
The end of the fourth over, 17 runs on the board. That one just played off the outside edge down to third. So Grant 10 runs in his opening 2 overs, replacing Kavon Bartholomew as the opening bowler in today's game.
It would be
Morancy
my first
from
time
the other end.
seeing Grant in action. Morancy, of course, had quite a good start to the tournament bowling-wise. Saw him get quite a bit of bounce off that NCC pitch.
A slight pause in the game here as the batters just have a drink of water under the close supervision of umpire Rajkumar. Seems as if Devon Singh there, they might just be having an issue.
Well, just 4 overs in. Not sure what the issue is.
That's why breakfast is a very important meal, but we do know these young boys under 17, under 19, they're very reluctant sometimes to have that breakfast.
Well, myself included. Need to warm up with some morning coffee before I can even think of eating.
And although it's been overcast, it's been quite humid. They would have been out there for warm-up sessions from 1 hour before the start of the game, as we see Mr. Akeem Hazel is out there, the Trinidad and Tobago physio. We just run through the Windward Islands again and the change-up coming. Theo Edward, his captain, Jelani Joseph, the leg spinner, as the vice captain. Edmond Morancy, Joel Duran, the off-break bowler. He's had quite a good 2-day tournament, Duran. And Cody Grant taking over with the new ball. Senior Fontaine, he's done the wicketkeeper gloves again. Can Elcock. And Watson Seaton, again, he's going to probably open the... Well, he's not opening the ball. He might be just first change. The medium pacer, Luvio Charles. Seaton would have been an option. The left-arm orthodox spinner. Sometimes we see in these encounters, the left-arm spinner gets the new ball. Not to be this time. No chance of him getting the ball out of the hand of Morancy. This one through the wicket-keeper there, keeping rather low.
It's definitely on its way down as it passed the stumps, so a bit tricky for the keeper, but would certainly want to start off a bit better.
The youngster Bishop there, the ball seems to be falling him very early on in the piece. Does the feeling there at third man. One half chance in the inning so far, one dropping just in front of first slip off the hand of Morancy in the last over. And Charles just got a hand to it, but it just landed in front of him.
A bit more bounce that time from Morancy.
He's continuing on. Luvio Charles, he's in that first slip. And Cody Fontanelli, leg break bowler, and Bishop making up the 11 for today's game. Hopefully today we can get in 50 overs. The weather holds.
has been a concern all throughout the tournament, getting full allotment. Nicely forward. Devon Ansing. Still no run.
We've had a couple delayed start in the 50 over format since commencing on last Sunday, with one game being completely abandoned, but mostly the rains have come, if not at the luncheon interval or just before, and curtailing the overs. You see a couple games where teams just managed 22 and 26 overs in the first innings, but no chance of a second innings with the rain.
Continues to hit that good length, Morancy, and continuing to apply pressure early. Good spell so far. But yes, we have seen that haven't been able to get as much overs in many of the games, and certainly it is a concern. Too wide now from Morancy.
A good take from Fontaine. They're having to come in front of the first slip fielder. Another one wide and keeping a tad bit low again. Good bit of work there from him. Jonathan Daniel, previously wicket keeping some of the other games. Seen some of the games with Daniel with the gloves?
Yes, I would have seen some of the games with Daniel having gloves. Looked
I didn't
pretty
get an
good at
opportunity to
times.
see him. Yeah, how was he?
Looked pretty good, given sort of what we have seen throughout. I think generally the Windward Islands fielding has been quite good. Remember in that game against Trinidad and Tobago that I would have seen, they did apply quite a bit of pressure in the field, weren't able to quite come out successful in on that occasion.
End of the over. The fifth one comes to an end. 19 runs on the board with Tanez Francis. He's on 2 off of 16 deliveries. And Dave Nunn, he is on 9 off of 16 deliveries as well. And just under 4 runs and over. And we are sitting in the heart of the Point Lisas Industrial Estate, just on the corner at the Rivulet roundabout. So there will be hustle and bustle of trucks and so on, not to mention the Cricket 360 van that's been between the three venues from Inshan Ali Park to the NCC facility. Mr. Manchan just hustling and bustling between the three venues to ensure everything is on the mark for a 9:30 start. One's going to have to be bowled again from Grant. He's had a couple of issues bowling, taking over from Bartholomew. That's why I mentioned left arm spin of Seaton might have been an option, with Bartholomew not taking the new ball. Opportunity to start with some left arm spin after seeing Mr. Moti last night for the Guyana Warriors. Excellent bowling from him. 3 wickets to him in that encounter.
Truly was spectacular bowling. You see a drive there from Francis. Pitching it up there. Cody Grant is enticing him. But yeah, did see great performance there from Muti last night, as well as from the defending champions.
It was another exciting game in the CPL. Again, the Antigua and Barbuda team.
Well, we've been off to a flying start in the CPL.
This one just squeezed out, but the backward point gets a hand onto it. And Bishop at cover just runs around. A good stop there at backward point. Takes a total to 21, just a single, so good fielding, preventing, may not have gotten all the way to the boundary. That part of the ground is still a bit soggy. Just one run in the end. That game going to the last delivery last night.
Well, two games that went into the last over to start off with. It's been a great welcome back to Antigua as well. Haven't seen CPL action there for 10 years.
The Falcons just grounded again last night, not being able to take flight in the tournament.
They have looked good in patches, but not able to get a result as yet in their favor.
Drive Grant has been a little bit fuller and closer to the batter. Seen a couple square drives for the last couple deliveries. And 15 runs needed off that last over being bowled by Mohamed Amir, I think it was last night. And then winning off of the last ball. He bowled two good deliveries. And the fireworks started.
Last ball going for 6 runs and was almost caught on the boundary, but just enough power to go over. And that
A good looking shot. He's worked it around the corner. There is the fine leg going to come around. Just a bit sluggish outfield. He seemed to time it well enough. They're going to run through for two. A good fielding on the boundary and good throw in from Watson. Controlling that boundary with just two on the onside. That ball angled into the leg. Someone a good looking shot from Singh into the onside. I thought men were going for four, but good work in the deep.
it was a really nice piece of timing and wouldn't be greatest feeling timing it nicely like that and not reaching the boundary. Of course, the outfield is a bit sluggish. I guess on the flip side of that, you would encourage them to run with a bit more intensity, knowing that the outfield is damp. So always good practice to be running at your full intensity.
Yeah, run that first one hard. Run even the second one hard. Trust in the calling of your partner. Continue. 6 overs gone. Then he starts down the leg side. Just get some butter on that there. No signal from the umpire, so it had to clip something off of Francis. Morancy has started down the leg side in a couple of his overs.
Yeah, that was a feature of his bowling as well when I saw him in action at the NCC.
Bit of a labored approach from him up to the stumps. Might just be feeling the effects of a long season.
He's a big man as well, so a lot of force going through that body as he runs into bowl.
Yeah, but he'll have to just get back on that bike. Start backpedaling again. Get through his opening spell here. It's into his fourth over. Nice flowing run up. He tries to increase the intensity of that follow through, run up and follow through.
Because low full toss there, just driven straight to the fielder.
You can see all the players just with that right rag sticking out of your trousers. Gives you an indication of still how damp the outfield may be. Hence, Morancy might just be taking his time in that run. I'm not watching to put too much with a soft surface.
Well, that one flew through from this angle here with side on and really get a feel of how much the ball is sailing through, and that one really did carry.
So nice that we had a prompt start today. It's been a bit of a roundabout in terms of getting through these overs, plays and stops, rain interruptions. Just pulling up there as a bit of loose turf comes up there off the boot of Morancy as he was just into his delivery stride. We were just talking about that soft surface there as he's running up, and he was doing so quite cautiously, and right on cue, a piece of the turf just comes up on the edge of the pitch.
Yeah, certainly not comfortable conditions to run in as a piece bowler, or any bowler really, when you're not able to be fully confident in how your foot lands on the surface.
Good looking drive there. Edwards is there at mid-off, comes around, prevents any chance of a run. Was played out quite forcefully to him.
And even in a series before this, not considering the dampness of the outfield run-up, we saw in that test series that passed that Lungi and Gidi had a bit of problems with his run-up. Eventually
Dropped into the onside. Good looking run there. And that's what they need to do, just to turn on the strike, turn over the strike a bit. Let's break the wrist somewhat, get a chance to get off strike, because at the end of the over, 7 gone, 24 without loss. As you mentioned that, I was making the point just before you joined us there, Dylan, that with the additional spinner being selected for the Windward Islands team, but not just speed the run, the over rate up in the innings, but as you said, with that soft area running up from the faster bowlers and not being quite so sure of their footing, don't want to take any chance of any injury. It's an opportunity to play another spinner.
Yeah, and you certainly don't want to be having any injuries at this level, especially being a youth tournament. Always want to look out for player safety and
So 24 without loss, 7 overs gone. And it's going to be a bowling change for the start of the 8th over. It's going to be Elcock. Nice pace from him. Have you seen a lot of Elcock with the ball?
haven't actually seen much of him. I don't think he had played in that Trinidad game that I saw. But I did see him in well, I didn't see him in action, but I did see when I was looking at the scores in the 2-day tournament
Right.
that had a bit of success. Just gonna sneak through for one there. Francis.
So a bit of a change up here. I was just wondering if we were going to get a chance to see some early spin. We're still in the first power play. 2 fielders allowed outside the ring. The first 10 overs of power play.
I think it's no secret. I think many times in these tournaments that I've seen around Trinidad and Tobago, a lot of times you see spin coming to the attack and quick wickets fall. I think just once they're able to get play, that come back to it.
The ball is following Bishu, and
Well,
it goes through his legs there at mid-wicket. A bit of a misfield from the youngster. Ball is certainly tracking him.
it looked secure there, but just a slight misfield, and when it's following you around, it just doesn't seem to stop.
Fate might just be hinting to the captain of the Windward Islands team. Let's get that ball in his hand if it keeps following him around the park. Get rid of some of that nerves he might be feeling.
Well, that's why it might be following him. It might just want him to bowl it. But yeah, we might just see that the pieces are in the attack for a bit here since we have been able to get play, so maybe they just want to get a bit of a run.
Of course, we need 20 overs to constitute a game to get a result from both sides. If we do get the spinners on, we should get to that 20 over mark sooner rather than later, as opposed to with the seamers. Playing a miss half shout outside of the off stump. Grant has been working up some good bit of pace here. When he does manage to hold that in between length outside of the off stump, he's creating some chances. But again, if he's not a regular, it mightn't be so consistent holding that line.
It's a nice bit of inward movement on that previous delivery we just saw. Good over so far, just 1 run from it.
And at times, this is one of the features of these types of tournaments at this level. As we come to the end of the 8 over, 26 runs on the board. Both opening batters still out there, Singh on 12. And Francis just stuck in a bit of a rut. He's 4 off of 29 deliveries. And you might get an opportunity to see one of your not so regular bowlers getting an opportunity and doing well. As of course we saw with Ramdo Hall, he wasn't even listed as a off spinner and finished with 16 wickets in the 2-day tournament at the top of the table for him.
Well, I did see him bowl and definitely looked quite a bowler.
Just wondering if he wasn't listed initially as a spinner, did they perhaps miss an opportunity for bonus points for spinning wickets?
Formed a great bowling partnership with his bowlers on the team as well.
And of course, with him at 16 wickets, Fontenelle was no slouch either. He had 16 wickets in the 2-day tournament as well. He is featuring in this game, as is Joel Durant, who finished with 15 wickets in the 2-day tournament. Both players would be eager to showcase their wares here in the 50-over format. Of course, being on the Gilbert Park track, wicket that has been known to give some assistance to the spinners. Ran, that's edged. Good delivery, short outside the off stump, dug in short by Moranci, took the outside edge of Singh, and it went to the left of Charles. He is a left-hander, got a hand to it, wasn't able to hold on. It flew to him as we have another look at it here again.
Well, you want to be taking those. You have those slips and the keeper there. Went right between them, and that chance there just not being taken.
It seemed to be in the air for sufficiently long that he had enough time, but a bit of a late reaction from him. And we could see the distance separating him from the wicket keeper, and he did have a long way to cover in that gap, but he is a left-hander, so giving himself more space on the left-hand side to his stronger side. Just a bit of a late reaction there, but Moranci would have been hugely disappointed into his 5th over. 5 on the trot for him, and then getting that outside edge would have been a good early breakthrough for the Windward Islands team.
It's been a great spell, especially in the face of what we've seen discomfort running in from that end. Hitting the bat hard there. Francis continues to sort of be stuck.
I made mention of the pitch as well. It's been a very good pitch here we've seen for all the days at the Gilbert Park facility here. I had a look at it again this morning, and despite all the games being played, bar the rain interruption, it does look quite a good surface. You could see Moranci being able to get some good bounce here. We saw the Barbados team, they weren't shy of pitching in the short deliveries from Pollard and company, and they got some good lift out of the pitch as well. Moranci, they're getting some good lift out of the surface.
Well,
And of course, the batter's nice, flat-looking surface would fancy their chances with the bat as well.
Well, it certainly has been a great pitch for the bowlers, and we saw Windwards and Leewards take on each other here earlier in the tournament. So really interesting scores. Well, not quite getting through his run up there. Moranci.
Yeah, there again, just not sure of his footing there at the delivery stride. Umpire Rajkumar is just going to have a look at that popping crease where he's landing that front foot. It might just be some of the build-up of the dirt under his spikes there.
In that game, we saw scores of 134, 64, 101, and 100. So it's quite fruitful for the bowlers.
Wide signal down the leg side. He has bowled the occasional ball down the leg side. We've had at least one wide from him in his spell of 5 overs, but he just has 9 runs on the board. So he's been quite tidy otherwise. Not quite achieving the consistency that we would like to see at this level. Typically, we do get that 4 good balls in an over 5 at times. We do tend to see 1 loose delivery, and it's been contributing significantly to the extras in the tournament. And we've had some significant extras. from all the teams, in fact. And Morancy just calling in the deep square into the ring before that delivery was bowled. It looks like Durant out there, and he came into the circle and he angled one down the legs and it beats that man that he'd called into the ring. Let's give the opportunity for a couple of runs.
How often do we see that fielder being moved from position and the ball goes right there, almost as if to taunt the fielder?
In one of the games against the Trinidad, as we did mention, was played at the Inshanali Park, the Leeward Islands conceding 28 extras. The Trinidad and Tobago team got a total of 92 for 6 before the rain intervened. There were 28 extras in that total of 92 with 23 wides. Another game, Jamaica versus Guyana, there were some 39 wides. Jamaica getting to a total of 152 all out in their 47 overs and 39 wides in that game. There were 18 byes and 15 wide. So it's an area that the West Indies cricket and the coaching staff would want to look at across the board for all the teams in terms of wide deliveries.
Yeah, it's certainly something you want to try to get discipline at this young age. Of course, being a development tournament, you do expect some extras, a bit more than you would in a higher level game, but it's always something you want to work on. You don't ever want to give away any free runs to the opposition.
31 without loss. We enter the 10th over, the last over of the power play. And the Windward Islands would be happy to get to that 10 over mark without having lost a wicket. Albeit a scoring rate of just 3 runs and over. Slower ball angled down the leg side from Grant. Did seem to get something onto it, Francis, but he seems to be stuck in a rut a bit. He's 4 off of 33 deliveries, given a loose full ball down the leg side and not being able to put it away with just 3 fielders on the onside.
It's been on 4 for quite a while here. Really is stuck. And that delivery was quite a wild delivery. Came out slowly, but quite a high delivery.
This one pushed to point and a shy from Durant at point. And there's going to be some overthrow as well. Francis played it out to point. A fielder was there, charged in. Durant picked it up and had a shy at the stump, and he wasn't too far off. But the backing up wasn't there from Bishop there at mid-wicket. And it went straight past him and cannoned into the boundary. And 5 runs to the total, adding now to significantly 36 runs on the board now without loss. And Francis, for one, he would be appreciating those 5 runs.
Well, that might get him going a bit. Might give him a bit of confidence now, Francis. Sometimes it's just something like that. You need to get your scoring rate moving along, and almost as if a bit of a battle of attrition, and Windward Islands, they're just dropping the ball a bit. So
I'll tell you who won't be happy about that is Mr. Can Elcock. He just conceded 1 run in his first over and now 5 on the board. But a calculated risk there from Francis somewhat. Of course, he would not have been running at the danger end. It would have been Singh. But with 1 stump to aim at, they're going to test Bishu out here at mid-wickets again. And it's past him, the young spinner. Not going to get into the boundary as he chases after it. 3 men on the onside, just wondering. That ball is following Bishu somewhat, and he is going to be moved, the youngster. He's going to go to fine leg. And it's going to be Watson who's going to take his place at mid-wicket there.
well, he must be getting even more eager to get into the bowling attack now.
And that is one of the things management and and the captain must be cognizant of as well. You select a youngster, it might basically be his first game in the tournament, just some nerves there. You might just want to toss the ball to him, get a couple overs in from him to get those nerves out. Also, you want to be cognizant of the fact, just 15 years old, you don't want him too much in the firing line of where the ball is most likely to go. I know he's tucked away at fine leg.
And in that same breath, you don't want to be too harsh on him as well. Just first game, that young age as well. just giving positive reinforcement.
Yeah, spot on there, Dylan. Off the offside edge. Just smothered. Trickling out to first slip. The end of the over, 38. 7 runs coming in that over with the overthrow. 10 overs gone. Power play completed. And Singh is on 17 from 28. And Francis has gone on to 9 now off of 34 deliveries. So clouds just come that bit closer. As I said, we are the most westerly of the grounds here. Inch'Anally the most easterly. So those clouds will be just hanging over the National Cricket Centre, having gone past the Inchanali Park and is making its way toward us here. It's a little bit north of us. Makes for quite humid conditions. And we are going to see that bowling change. Looks like it's going to be the left arm of Watson Seaton. Just wondering if we would have seen him a tad bit earlier, but Morancy with his 5 overs inducing an outside edge in his last over. And being rested now. So it is going to be Watson Seaton, it looks like, from the southern end. And he's going to bowl to a slip, a backward point, point, cover, extra cover, and mid-off. And the 3 on the onside are mid-on. Bishop is at mid-wicket and a deep square leg. This one is pushed. Watson feels off his own bowling as it was Morancy charging in at mid-on. Just shadowing that one there to prevent the thought of a run from the batter. It is Francis on strike. He's on 9. See how he fares against the left arm spin. It's a full toss. Ahmad to Morancy, and it's in the hands and out of the hands. Fairly simple chance moving to his left. He charged in on the previous delivery, so he is concentrating, is focused, got it wrong, looked to be looking to make a comfortable catch. And in the end, he spilled it. It was hit in the air by Francis. You could see the knee height. It was in the air for a little bit, didn't come to him that quickly. And the chance gone to ground. So Watson in his second ball might have just taken a wicket there. Chance spilled and Windward Islands would have gotten their breakthrough with 39 runs on the board in the first over after the power play. It was not to be.
Oh,
Singh has looked quite comfortable at the other end. He's on 17 off of 29 deliveries. An opportunity for Francis now to make them pay.
we saw 2 overs in succession from that end where a chance went a begging. Not at all what Windward Islands would want, and tossed up there and driven nicely from Singh. Is he gonna make it all the way? Just able to make it all the way for 4, so a bit more time into Devon and Singh's innings here. He's coming along quite well.
Yeah, that one full and tugged into the onside pass. Guess who? That man at Bishop at mid-wicket. But he had no chance this time, but it was played well to the right of him and eventually into the boundary with Durant at deep square leg coming around. Couldn't make the stop even though went across the sluggish outfield. Such was the timing. So 2 full tosses in the over from Seaton. Another full toss and just tapped around the corner there. Good looking shot from Singh. It's a long chase for Durant there. The ball is slowing up and Charles, who was at first slip, the ball eventually gets to just about 3/4 way to the boundary where fine leg would be, and Durant, having chased to his left, now having to chase to his right, can't prevent the 2 runs, and the total now 45 without loss after 11 overs. Devanand Singh, he's on 23, and 12 runs to Francis as the drinks come onto the field and an overcast Gilbert Park, and the ground staff is going out there just to mop up some of the loose dirt on the pitch. And I just used the term mop. They're actually there with a broom. It's not that damp. So at the drinks break, it's 45 without loss, 11 overs gone. We'll take a break here and be back after drinks. We're back here live at the Gilbert Park. After the drinks break, there's another bowling change. Cody Fontanelli, he's on now from the northern end, replacing Grant.
Fontanel really has had a great season so far here, both across the 2-day and 1-day series, and seen a great delivery there from him again. Along with Durand, he's really formed a great bowling partnership. As well as Jelani Joseph. And that's up in the air. It's going straight to the fielder there at mid-off. And it's quite a soft dismissal there from Francis. Bit of pressure built on him from Fontanel here. And eventually his slow starters come to a slow end.
Yeah, Edward there. That one just spooned up to Theo Edward, the captain, at mid-off. Short ball there from Fontanel. Pressure building, as you mentioned. 4 dot balls after the drinks break. And Francis, who was just stuck on 10 from 34 or so deliveries, are not able to try and force that one away. And the first wicket falls here. 45 runs on the board. The first over, and that drinks break yet again, bringing another wicket. As is the case, we see so many times in this format of the game, the resumption upon completion of a drinks break, and a wicket falls. So it's going to be DeAndre Drew who makes his way out into the middle. Just one ball for him to face. It's going to be off the spinner of Cody Fontanel. One slip in place. Umpire Willoughby just walking down to the batters. We have an opportunity to look at that dismissal again. There was Edwards taking quite a comfortable catch, Edward. At mid-off, he didn't have to come in too quickly as the ball just ballooned up with Francis trying to force it off the back foot. So with the run rate at 3.8, just under 4 runs and over, the umpire just consulting with Drew there. Not quite sure what that's about. The square leg Rajkumar coming over, just lending his ear to the conversation being had between the umpire and the new batter. Not quite sure what that was all about. A loopy leg spin of Fontanel. Successful over. Maiden wicket over from him to start with. So after 12, it's 45 for 1. And Moranci with 24 dot balls, Grant 12 dot balls, and that pressure built on the batter there, Francis, the captain, succumbing to the pressure and really giving his wicket away there in that over. So it's going to be spin from both ends. As it was Watson Seaton who bowled the 1 over from the end of umpire Rajkumar. There is going to be another bowling change in that of the other leg spin. Looks like Jelani Joseph. He's taking the ball now, tosses his rag to Moranci at mid-on. So definitely he's going to be in the attack now. It's going to be the 2 leg spinners operating here at Gilbert Park. And get an opportunity to see just how much spin is there in the wicket for the leg spinners.
Jelani Joseph, a bit more of a flatter sort of leg spinner. Sort of drives the ball into the pitch a bit more. Well, not on that occasion.
Yeah, full toss there. Getting away with that one.
Fontanel a bit more flight, so they partner each other quite well.
This one pitched on. I'll give it a field placing. It's very interesting indeed. For the leg spin of Joseph, there is just 4 persons on the offside. Bit of strange for the leg spin. And that 5 on the onside, there is Bishu at short fine leg. There is a deep square leg, a mid wicket, and a mid on. So one would think with the leg spin going across a right-hander, you would want 5 on the offside. Maybe they know something about Singh we don't, and that ball is just trying to be squeezed between the point and cover. No run. What is your particular discipline on the cricket field, Dylan?
Well, I haven't really played, but I think I'd gravitate more towards bowling. Not not too sure what type of bowling. I'm not sure if I have the pace or not, but think I could adjust depending on whether I have the pace or not. Always like to just sort of just hold cricket ball and just sort of play around with seam position or spin grip.
It's the end of the over. Another maiden. So 2 maidens back to back from the 2 spinners. And an interesting resumption after the drinks break. So Francis, he's gone for 10 off of 41 deliveries. Caught Edward, Bowl, Fontenelle. Devon and Singh, he's still out there. 23 runs off of 36 deliveries. And DeAndre Jew, just the 1 delivery he's faced. Coming in at the fall of the Francis wicket. In the last over from Fontenelle, he's yet to score. So the pressure being put in place here by the 2 leg spinners. Morancy started, he had 5 overs, just 13 runs. And Brandt opening the bowling with Bartholomew being left out. He had 3 overs for 14 runs, 5 of which was from an overthrow that went into the boundary. And Can Elcock, 2 overs, just the 2 from him for 8 runs. And then spin was introduced for 1 over before the drinks break, and that of Seaton. Did get a chance in his over, 1 going to hand to Morancy at mid-on, but that catch was spilled. As he conceded 7 runs in that over. So the pressure is on now. 2 spinners operating in tandem. 2 leg break bowlers, in fact. Oh, and a bit of a misfield there. At mid-on is going to allow 1 run. They look to get 2. But the recovery made there at mid-on restricts the 2 runs in the end.
Well, Drew's off the mark and Fontenelle has conceded his first run as well.
End of the over. Good bounce on that last delivery. 46 for 1 after 14. So umpire will be having a word with Drew when he came out to bat. And that seems to have been worked out between the Leeward Islands batter and the umpire. No issue. Sometimes it might just be the umpire having a word with the batter, seeing the soft conditions around the pitch area as well as to if how many spikes does he have on the half spikes or the full spikes, because we do see the pitch just breaking up a bit. The umpire just telling him maybe just to run off the wicket if he has full spikes on. Another full toss here from the leg spinner. It's to Morancy at mid-on, who shies at the stumps. Can't prevent the single. The single always seemed to be on there as it wasn't played out that quickly to Morancy, who is a bit deep right on the 30-yard circle.
Yeah, good single in the end.
Short and cut to that man at point. As we mentioned, 4 fielders on the offside. So he has 1 man to beat at that point area. And with the ball spinning and going across him, you don't want to be or throw too many short deliveries that he can successfully beat that man at point. This one pitched more on middle and leg. Try to work around the corner from Singh, who's looked quite accomplished out there since starting his innings. He's on 23.
It's just sort of been readjusting his tempo now with the spin brought into the attack, but still looking quite good.
Just wondering how much turn is he extracting there, because he hasn't been able to beat the man at point with those shortish deliveries. And Singh has a couple times tried to beat him there with 2 short twist deliveries.
Well,
As you said, he does have a flatter trajectory, so might just not be extracting so much spin, Dylan.
must be part of the plan. Looking to be a bit more of a wicket-to-wicket bowler, especially as we see the sort of field set that he's opted for. Probably more to encourage him to bowl at the stumps as opposed to trying to get it to go away from the right-hander.
Yeah, we've seen a couple deliveries in the over 3, in fact, has been pitched around middle and leg. And again, pitching in that middle and leg area. 2 of them were pushed out to mid-on. Only on 1 occasion did they manage to get a single. So
Also has quite a high arm action as well. So not really coming around to extract any extra turn.
yeah, more coming from the top of the delivery rather from the side to impart more spin. So he's trusting that 5-4 field for on the offside. And in stark contrast, it's Fontenelle who has got 5 on the offside. More loop to his spin.
It's a great sort of contrast that the batsman had to face in this middle over period. 2 leg spinners, but 2 leg spinners that present different challenges.
Short and pulled. There is Watson who's out on that deep mid-wicket boundary. The 4 men on the onside. He is the only man who is on outside of the ring and on the boundary. Such is the confidence of Cody Fontenelle. Short and spinning away. Yeah, an example, Drew, just looking, having a close look at it to see how much turn he is getting, but he is getting some bounce as well. It's been tighter control from this end. A couple full tosses in the previous over, but bang on target here is Fontenelle. And right on cue, it's a full toss, and it's played to mid-off. And that is as much as an umpire's commentator's curse as a blessing, because it's a full toss this time, and he does manage to take the wicket. And Drew it is who is gone, playing a full toss in the air, straight to that man at mid-off. And another soft dismissal, Dylan.
Are you sure we're not watching a replay of the previous dismissal? Went to the same man, same area, bit of a fuller delivery, and Drew has to go as soon as he came.
Well, it's not the same delivery, it's a different batter, and that of Drew, same type of shot. Edward it was who was out playing that sort of shot. This time it's Grant out there who's taking the catch. Edward rather, who took the catch of the first dismissal, getting Francis out. And this time it's Grant taking the catch off of the batter Drew, who's just gone for 2 off of 10 deliveries. So the leg spinners have buckled, tightened things up here in terms of dot deliveries and wicket taking, and it's now 2 wickets down for 49 runs. And after a fairly good start with 45 runs without losing a wicket, 2 quick wickets have fallen now to the leg spin bowling.
Fontenelle is really quite a bowler. He's impressed me each time I've seen him, and times I haven't seen him, his figures have continued to impress me. Brings Carlton Pluck to the crease now.
And as we near the close of this tournament, the 2-day under 50 over, batsmen will want to try and seize any last opportunities they may have to impress. Of course, there are a lot of officials from the Cricket West Indies at all the venues keeping a close eye on proceedings, eyeing up key players they may want to pull into a high performance centre or a camp. So we come to the end of the 16th over, 49 runs on the board, 2 wickets down. And those 2 wickets have gone to the leg spin of Cody Fontenelle. He has 2 for 2 off of 3. And it's going to be more leg spin. Joseph it is. Going to bowl his second over. Taking over from the 1 over from Watson Seaton at the southern end. And again, he's targeting that middle and leg stump. Works it into the onside. They are going to get a single. And Pluck gets off the mark. Nicely worked into the onside. A bit short. Allowed enough time to get onto the back foot. Bishu at short, fine leg. As well as Grant there at mid-wicket. Couldn't prevent the single. was played straight in line of the square leg umpire Willoughby. Singh rather. Should have known the comfort level that one was played out in. Singh is very much in form. Looks quite comfortable out in the middle. He's on 26 now. It's going to be plucked to come into strike. He's going to face Joseph for the first time. Down on one knee, pulls it out to that man Durant down at deep square leg. Just the one run, but a good attacking intention shown there from the new man.
Well, not shy to get off the mark at all here is Carlton Pluck. Just seeing that chance there and taking it. So Devanand Singh now back, and he's driving as well, but straight to that man at mid-off.
Devanand Singh, he just want to look to bat long here. He's batting very positive, playing each ball on its merit. Can't afford to get himself frustrated with ones that he doesn't get away. Scoring at a fairly good rate, just over 50% strike rate from him. And one of the issues we've had with these batters in these types of tournament, they can't quite able to bat 50 overs. So that is one of the things that the coaches will want to look at to get these batters to bat long. Appreciable spin there, going past the off stump, past the wicket keeper, into the hands of Charles at first slip. Just come off the wicket keeper and rebound to Charles.
It was quite an interesting delivery there. Definitely tuned quite a bit. Well, again, Devanand Singh not quite sure what to do there, attempting a sweep.
That is one of the problems Joseph is going to have with 4 on the offside. He's trying to bowl it into that middle and leg stump line. And if he sends it off in that trajectory and it doesn't quite come back or turn enough, he just runs the danger of it just there being worked into the onside or getting a wide. And Durant certainly has a lot of work to do out there, deep square leg, charging in. Can't prevent the single. End of the over, 17 gone, 53 for 2. Will be Singh on strike now to face up. And sweeps, attempts a sweep. It goes to, of course, that man Bishop. A deep backward square, more of a short fine leg than a deep backward square. It ballooned up into the air. It was going to fall short of him, but kind of awkward looking shot there. Let's have a look at that shot by Drew that got his dismissal. And Singh there trying to paddle sweep around the corner, coming off the top edge.
What's all happening here with Fontenelle in the attack? Oh, that's a tossed up Yorker there from Fontenelle.
Definitely the eyes of the Cricket West Indies officials would certainly be looking at this youngster. Short, a loud appeal, and umpire Willoughby raises the dreaded finger. He was on the back foot to a ball pitch just short of a leg, and he was trying to pull it to mid-wicket and didn't get any bat on it. Was struck seemingly on the back leg, the right leg, and umpire Willoughby, no hesitation in sending him. And another wicket fall, 3 wickets down now. Clock going LBW just for 1 run. And that man has 3 wickets now, Cody Fontenelle, for just 3 runs on the board. 3 runs conceded by him.
3 going for Leewards and 3 taken for Fontenelle. It's 3 for 3 off of 3.3.
You see, just where he ended up outside the leg stump, not satisfied with the decision, but there was no hesitation by umpire Willoughby. And he was just stepping back, moving across to pull it into the onside, constantly in motion. So he may not have finished up where the ball impacted him. Umpire Willoughby says, that's out, young man. It's going to bring Irate Richards, the wicketkeeper, into strike now. 3 wickets down now for 54 runs on the board. And 3 wickets gone for just 9 runs being added after the drinks break.
quite a turnaround here with spin into the attackers. We would have predicted would have happened when spin came on.
So it's been 7 overs, 7.3 overs of spin for 3 wickets. Just 9 runs. So 3 for 9 off of 7.3. It's a loud appeal this time, and the umpire raises the finger. He was halfway forward, the new batter Richards. Struck on the front pad, and immediately the hand went in the air again. And Fontenelle is going to be on a hat trick for the next delivery, as he has 2 and 2 now. That's the first one. He been struck low down on that back leg. From our vantage point, as well as from the camera angle, we can't quite see where the actual impact was, but umpire Willoughby had no hesitation in sending Richards out. I know he's gone for no score, and it's going to be Morton, Israel Morton, who's going to come in to face a hat trick delivery. The Leeward Islands winning the toss and opting to bat first. It's the first dismissal. Let's see if there's any addition. No, the field remains the same. Just one slip in place, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. Mid-on, deep mid-wicket. Mid-wicket inside the ring. And that man be sure at short fine leg. 54 for 4. A trick delivery coming up. Fontenelle figures reached 4 wickets for 3 runs into his 4th over. Coming off that outside. They take off for a single. Sent back. And a loud appeal for a run out at the wicket keeper's end. Not out, says umpire Raj Kumar.
Did look like he got back in, and well, from this angle, we are quite at right position to sort of see that.
And the umpire Raj Kumar just indicating there by the time he took it and effected the breaking of the bails, the batter was back in place, and Norton very nervous there, taking off, playing it out. It's a backward point and taking off for the single and sent back by Singh. Singh would have been in a lot of trouble there had he come through for that single. In the end, all wells that ends well. They live to fight another day. Why would you want to take a chance, a risky single with 2 wickets already in the over? Take a chance for a run on a hat-trick delivery. Pitched up and going across the line. Flighted delivery there. Gets the bottom edge of the bat. Trickles out to mid-wicket. The end of the 18th over. Double. 1 run conceded in the over. 2 wickets falling in the over. 4 wickets down. 54 runs on the board, and a lot happening here at the Gilbert Park facility. Just a run rate of 3. 45 runs without loss. And 4 wickets have now tumbled with just the addition of 9 runs in the space of 7 overs. And upon winning the toss, the Leeward Islands, not where they would have wanted to be, not where they would envisage they would have been. And in that total of 54 runs, there have been 13 extras. Again, a high extras count, 8 wides, 2 no balls. No balls coming off the faster bowlers. And it's going to be Jelani Joseph to continue now. He's been targeting that middle and leg line. 2 leg spinners operating in tandem. And just having the Leeward Islands in a bit of a twist. Pitch full on, looking for a single, running in there. Looks to be Elcock there, charging in at mid-off, preventing the single. Was played very forcefully out to him. He was quick onto it. And Singh looking very accomplished. He's on 28 with 4 wickets falling at the other end. He's been the rock of the innings thus far.
Well, he's had to look at those wickets fall from the other end for Well, 4 wickets now.
Pleasant looking cover drive, flighted delivery. He's well to the pitch of it, plays it out to extra cover. And in that total of 54 with 13 extras, he's contributed 28 of the runs, so not much coming. The form of runs off the bat at the other end.
Yes, certainly Francis was a struggle throughout his innings. Stayed there for the longest, but didn't quite accumulate too many runs.
So Joseph targeting that middle and leg, and everything has been played so far up and down the line in the V by Singh. And this one is short. And every time he's been short, Joseph, the bat has been trying to cut it between point and cover with just 4 on the offside and hasn't been able to get a run. End of the over, 19 gone, just one more over to constitute a game in the first innings with 54 runs on the board. As the weather keeps staying away from us, the clouds are quite high, some a bit dark, but there are patches of blue skies we can see in between those patches of clouds. We can't see those blue skies.
Yeah, blue sky has been hiding a bit this morning.
Those rains are staying away. It is Independence Day in Trinidad and Tobago. Happy Independence to the Trinidad and Tobago citizens.
See you decked out in your red as well today.
As patriotic as ever. I do say so myself. Full delivery. Play through the gap past Durant at cover. Between extra cover. Not quite timed. It's going to get 3/4 way to the boundary. Definitely out of the 30-yard ring. And they do come for 2 runs. And it has been that man, Singh, who's been the mainstay of this inning. He motors on to 30 runs. All the scoring coming off of his bat. He'd want to stay there for precisely that reason. Try to get this total up close to 200.
Really flighting it, continuing to flight it is Fontenelle, and you just saw Singh driving. Few deliveries ago, continuing to entice, but
Short and pulled away. There is protection out a deep square leg, deep mid wicket rather, in the form of Seaton. So just 1 run to Singh. He keeps motoring on, and he'd want to be in the mode of that 2-day cricket that they've just come off of. And they want to incorporate that type of batting into this limited over affair with 4 wickets down.
well, that's going straight back to the bowler, just parries it over the umpire, and 1 run in the end. As we look at it, they tossed up and hit straight to him, but didn't quite time his jump too well, and close. Well, no run coming off of that miss there. Morton still on strike. 1 ball for him to face in this 20th over. Well, it's a bit of an appeal there, but no movement from the umpire other than to start the next over. It's on a length, tossed up again, and just a bit wide.
Just wondering if that may have been the googly delivery he tried to throw in there. There was a lot of loop on it. So he pushed it wider outside of the off stump. Half showed there behind the stumps. The end of the over, 20 gone. 58 for 4. Singh is there on 31 off of 60 deliveries. Francis gone for 10. Brew gone for 2. And the figures of Cody Fontenelle, 4 wickets, 7 runs in his 5 overs. And middle and leg line again. There is protection in mid wicket.
Yeah, just as you would have alluded to, Singh would want to bat in that sort of 2-day mode. Of course, if he does continue to bat at this pace and just look to put away any bad deliveries, they should still end up on a score that is defendable. Throughout this tournament, might see 50 overs and think you need a big score, but you really don't need too much of a big score at this level and on these sort of pitches.
It's very interesting that they opted to bat first as well. Typically in games where you do have some weather around, teams opt to chase, so they have the option or the advantage of knowing how much runs on the board, and if the rain does come in, you recalculated totals exactly where they would need to be with a Duckworth-Lewis calculation. So sweep to that man at Bishop, does the fielding, and a low chair goes up around the ground. The ball has been tracking Bishop. He's kept himself in the game in every position that he's fielded thus far, eagerly anticipating to come into the attack. We'll get to see if it's going to be right-handed or left-handed from him. And you could see why he has 5 men on the onside there. That normally for the leg spinner, and Singh has been trying to tuck it to mid-wicket and square leg, looking to rotate the strike, but with 5 on the onside, they prevented that single and built enough pressure from the 2 spinners. Just 1 ball away from another maiden over. Just pulls out of it. Keeping the commentators on their toes, calling for the last delivery. It's a dead ball, in fact.
Keeps us and the batsman waiting. And he does get to that maiden in the end. Just halfway through his spell, only 6 runs he's given away. So quite economical, keeping the pressure at one end while Fontenelle continues to reap rewards at the other end. Now, I haven't quite seen any games at this venue as yet. This is my debut at Gilbert Park, but would you say it's usually more difficult batting first or second here?
Yeah, the wicket has been known to be a spinner's wicket. I think, again, most of the wickets in Trinidad have been known to be spinner's wickets. Hence, we see 2 leg spinners operating in tandem. It's been a good wicket, however, for both bat and ball. The bounce has been mostly consistent. Excellent work by the ground staff. Another one chipped in the air over the head of extra cover. And Edward comes in from mid-off, not quite being able to get to it. And very risky there.
That was really close. The fielder was right there and certainly bowling quite well to his field, but fielder just didn't quite have enough height, or you could say Singh Morton just timed it well enough to get it over the fielder. Going with the spin, of course, and Singh cutting that to that cover fielder there.
Yeah, Coach Keith Roy Tittle. I just want to mention to the batters, he's getting some turn and bounce, and with that grip there, just like that, they are going to go in the air again. And I was just going to make mention of the fact they should be cognizant of he's getting some loop and bounce, and every single shot is going to come off higher off the top of the bat.
Well, this is not what Leeward Islands want. Singh, the set batsman, has looked so good up until this point, and he follows the same route that he's already seen 2 of his batsmen fall. That mid-off fielder has been in play quite a lot, and he makes no mistake yet again.
Well, fool me once, shame on. How does it go? Should I quote George Bush or make the actual quotation? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And it's been a repeat dose of that type of dismissal. Ball pitched up, flighted on or about the off stump. The batsman have been trying to drive through the line of the ball. It's not quite there to be driven. There is an extra cover and cover close in, and most of them have gone over the head of extra cover, but straight into the hands of the man, Edward and Grant, who've been occupying that mid-off position. Quite comfortable catches they've taken so far. And
Fontenelle
really,
had a chance of a hat trick earlier, and well, guess you could say he's had a hat trick towards that mid-off fielder. He's been in play for 3 of those deliveries.
well, they won the toss, but the innings quite hasn't taken flight yet. And the Leeward Islands in their color of yellow and red outfit there. Just in the red at the moment. Wickets tumbling 5 down now for 59. And that man, Cody Fontenelle, he's been the wicket taker.
5 for 8, really spectacular figures here for Fontenelle. It's really spun a web around all of these teams. Well, that one was definitely the googly.
Fontenelle being to pick up the bowlers, been perched atop the best bowling in the tournament. The end of the over, 22 gone, 59 for 5, and all 5 wickets has fallen to the leg spin of Cody Fontenelle. He has 5 for 8. He's bowled 6 overs. And the captain just wondering if he'd want to continue on with him. I don't think he'll give the ball back.
Truly spectacular stuff here. And if we just look across the NCC, Guyana are now 77 for 4 against Trinidad and Tobago. Top scorer so far, Afraz Ali Budu, 22, and 3 wickets for Brendan Budu. And at Inshan Ali Park, Jamaica are 71 for 3. Highest score so far, DeMarco Scott, 20. And wicket apiece for Pollard, Roach and Carter.
So Budu another leg spinner. 3 leg spinners in operation across the central. Peel there trying to pull it into the onside. The new batsman, Lashaw Bergan, comes in with the fall of Devanand Singh's wicket, the top scorer in the innings for the Leeward Islands. He went for 31 off of his 68 deliveries. And just when we were making mention that he should try and bat through the innings and bat as long as possible, he was out in repetitive fashion. Has been the mode of dismissal. Caught mid-off, bowled Fontenelle.
Well, we're talking about batting as long as possible. Jarut has scored twin centuries in that test match at Lords against Sri Lanka.
Yeah, for phenomenal performance from the man known as Joe Root. Taking over from Alistair Cook. And quite doing the top order proud, continuing on in the mold of Alistair Cook. Amassing some, over 10,000 runs thus far? Test runs?
I think he's close to 12,000 at this point. He went over 12,000. 34 test match centuries.
Former captain, just as Alistair Cook was.
Alistair Cook, as captain, went to Australia back in 2010, 11 and won the Ashes. Haven't been able to replicate that away. And that's going up again, and fielder's not quite able to converge in the right area. Just dropping short of fielder who is running around there.
They're just trying to paddle it around the corner there, falling in between Grant and Bishop in the line of umpire Willoughby. That's where they've been trying to work the ball around. This one coming off the top edge. We saw Singh trying to work quite a number of them in that area. And they haven't been able to cope too well with the line of attack from Joseph between middle and leg stump.
I think what I have noticed here compared to the NZC in particular is a bit more bounce, at least judging from the dismissal. I've seen many of those deliveries go up off of that top edge. So indicates to me that there's a bit more bounce here, maybe a bit more consistent as well.
Definitely so. We've seen the fast bowlers as well pitch a few in short and get some appreciable bounce off of it, particularly from Barbados, the fast bowler Shaquan Bell, as well as Pollard, digging in a few short and getting some good lift out of the middle of the wicket.
Well, I think more than anything, that Barbados seam attack has left quite an imprint in my head. Seeing them in that 2-day game against Jamaica was some really encouraging signs.
Roach didn't get to play at this venue for the 50 overs, so he didn't get a chance. I didn't get a chance to see him. Ball is pushed on. to mid-off. And a misfield there. There would have been a half chance. Looks like Edward there at mid-off still. This time it's pushed along the ground. Looking at things positively rather than in the air. Pulled around the corner. Bishu is there at short fine. Can't prevent the single.
The ground is there to be played on. Might as well guide it along the ground.
Just wondering with 5 wickets down and the 2 spinners going. Fontenelle in his 7th over. Short and a pull. A loud appeal. And the umpire sends him. Is that caught behind? LBW, just wondering what the mood of this whistle was there. There was a shout. It did seem to come onto the pad, yeah?
LBW to me. That was halfway raising my finger as well, because that's how it looked out. Yeah, just like that.
Yeah, that's just struck him in front of middle stump, really. Trying to pull one short delivery, not getting up this time. Push through, perhaps the flipper maybe. And scooting on to the batter, coming off the right hip. And that definitely would have cannoned into the stumps. He almost seemed to be walking as well before the umpire gave his decision.
Well, if it was the flipper, again, we continue to see some real variety here from Fontenelle. Seeing that leg spinner, seeing the googly as well a few occasions, and this time that one keeping quite a bit low and going straight on. So maybe a flipper, maybe a slider, not too sure what exactly he's doing with his wrist for that delivery.
But what we do know for a fact, he has 6 wickets for 10 runs now in his 7th over.
What we also know is the batsmen don't know what he's doing either. Completely bamboozling them here. Always love to watch leg spinners in action. This does bring a smile to my face, I must say.
Amori Jones in the left-hander now to face the leg spin bowling. So there is going to be a change in the field. We still do have 4 on the offside for the left-handed batter. Flighted too nicely, and Duran is out there at deep mid-wicket. It's going to be one immediately getting off the mark now. Jones and 2 new batters at the crease now. 63 for 6. I was just wondering with Fontenelle in his 7th over and the rate of which wickets have been falling. All falling to Fontenelle. If we are going to see the chance or get the opportunity to see Bishop bowl.
I really do want to see Bishop get a chance to bowl here, but it's really difficult to take him out of the attack.
And this is going to be 4. Just hammered past mid-on. And Bergen just emphatically just plugging that one into the onside, clearing that front leg, over pitch delivery. He is a taller batter and the others. Fontenelle would have been bowling too, so he'll have to adjust his length somewhat. And this tugged into the onside there, past mid-wicket, between mid-wicket and mid-on. And 4 good-looking runs. He's on to 5, 67 for 6. Fontenelle short and pull this time over the head of mid-wicket, and another back-to-back boundaries here. And it's heating up now. 71 runs on the board, and Loshaw began no nonsense from him now, looking to put away anything loose or overpitched. And Fontenelle finishing his 7th over, 30 dot balls in that. He's gone for 19 with 2 boundaries in that over. So despite having taken all 6 wickets, Vigan just gets in there. No nonsense mood from him. Hitting the leg spinner to the sword in that over. 8 runs. He's on to 9. He's joined by Jones. He's off the mark. Jones, 1 off of 1 delivery. And the projected total, 148 runs. Coming up into the 25th over now, the halfway point of the innings. And we are going to see Basuru Bishop right on cue. The left arm, right arm off spin bowler. Not very often you get to declare a bowler in such a manner. And what a time to come in with 6 wickets down, bowling to 2 new batters. And he's going to be bowling to that man, Bergan, who is in a no-nonsense mood. There are 3 men on the boundary on the onside. Here comes the youngster, right hand. Heels off the outside edge down to 2. Duran is going to give chase. They're going to come for 2. The youngster opting to bowl right-handed. Of course, he'll just have to inform the umpire as to when he is going to change to left arm. And we keep our eyes peeled on the youngster. No doubt his dad, Roy Bishop, will also be glued to proceedings. Another full toss, and he's bowled him! He's taken a wicket in his second delivery. And what a start from the youngster. First delivery outside the off stump, coming off the outside edge, this time pitching in the line of mid and leg. We'll have another look at it here. Coming back in and crashing into the stump. Well-flighted delivery. Past the right outstretched leg of Began. And what a start from the youngster. 2 runs, 1 wicket into his first over, and we were just asking if we would have seen him into the attack. He comes on, right arm over the wicket, 7 wickets down now for 73 runs, and we're at the midpoint in the 25th over and 2 deliveries gone. What a start from the youngster.
What a delivery to open your account with as well. Just bowling him around his legs, just nonchalantly. That's not an easy delivery to bowl. Of course, great assistance from the pitch, but to execute that second ball is quite impressive.
And playing all around the shot there, and it crashed into middle stump, although he was trying to tug it around the corner, Jones, thinking that maybe it was going down the leg side, but it pitched and spun back it and hit that middle stump. And what a start from the youngsters. We take a drinks break here. It's 7 wickets down for 73, 6 wickets to Fontenelle, 1 wicket to the youngster Bishop, and in the 24.2 deliveries gone, 73 for 7. We'll be back after the drinks break. Welcome back here. It's a very entertaining game here at the Gilbert Park facility on the Point Lisas Industrial Estate here in Couva. And it's 73 for 7. We're into the 25th over, and the first over from the youngster Basuru Aravinda Bishop. Remember the name. Ambidextrous bowler, and he's going to bowl left arm around the wicket, and this one angled down the leg side. They're going to get one. The new batter Mackenzie is in. He's off the mark, and he bowled his first 2 deliveries. Going to have to keep track of it. Right arm around the wicket to the left-hand batter Jones. Got him out, and now he is bowling. Have to wait for him to deliver. Left hand around the wicket. Couple deliveries angled down the leg side, and he's making his way down to fine leg. Charles, it is giving chase. They got 2. They're going to look for come for the 3rd. Throw is on the way. 3 comfortable runs. Just looking at the umpire. Yes, so that one is off the bat. So yes, you heard it, folks. The left arm, right arm bowling of Basuru Bishop. We had young Joel Andrew yesterday in that game, just making 10 runs. Did manage to notch up his first 50 in the CPL. We have another youngster here, the under 17 level. Ambidextrous bowler, left arm, short. They're going to get one as it's played down to Morancy at long off.
It's always quite useful when you have that ambidextrous option, of course. Just as we talked about that test match in England, Cameron Mendes, another ambidextrous bowler, but doesn't bowl as much nowadays.
One thudding into the pad. To mid-wicket, the end of the over. 7 runs conceded and the wicket. Plucking out the leg stump of Jones. 78 for 7 after 25. Halfway into the bowling overs for the Leeward Islands.
Well, you were wondering if we would get the full amount of overs in because of the weather, but now we might not even need it given the trajectory of the innings.
Yeah, 7 wicket down. Just half the overs gone. Leeward Islands winning the toss and opting to bat first. We are making mention of the fact. Very interesting. They decided to bat first. The wicket has been under the covers for much of the week with all the rains around. The ground staff getting new covers on Thursday, employing them immediately. Courtesy the Sports Company of Trinidad and Tobago.
Those new covers were in use right away.
Short and pulled the pass umpire Rajkumar. Outstretched, diving away was umpire Rajkumar. Not quite diving, but was in his direction and crashes into the boundary now. And a good looking pull shot there and 4 runs to the total.
Well, the batsman really wanted to keep umpire Rajkumar alert there. Just had to get out of the way to ensure that didn't stop the ball on its way to the boundary. Micah McKenzie going quite aggressive here along with LaShawn Bergen and getting into this low order batsman here. You would want to try to get as much runs where you can and just drop in short there, Fontenelle, and taking full advantage of that.
So 4 runs there to McKenzie. He's on 6 now from 4 deliveries. LaShawn Bergen 12 off of 10 deliveries. Bergen now the second leading highest run score in the innings. The highest run score being that of opening batsman Devanand Singh, who was looking quite good until he was out caught at mid-off off the bowling of Fontenelle, who at that point had all the wickets in the innings, all 6 wickets in the innings going to him. 1 wicket to the new youngster Bishop. And a play and a miss there. Drawing him into the stride. And another one pitching and leaving outside the off stump. But a lot of bounce on that delivery there, taking it past the top right shoulder of the bat. Very good bowling here from Fontenelle. Yeah, some bounce and turn there. See the reaction of wicketkeeper Fontaine. Short and on his toes, playing it down off the face of the bat, spinning away to point. The end of the over. 26 gone, 82 for 7.
Well, a great reply from Fontenelle after being hit for that boundary, tightening things up to finish the over and showing good adjustment after that shorter delivery that went for the boundary.
The one other significant factor from the 2 leg spinners operating in tandem and Joseph targeting when he was in the attack, bowling at middle and leg stump, there had been no addition to the extras. Extras was stuck on 13, which was very good from the 2 leg spinners. Extras have been a highlight in the innings for most of these limited over games. It's going to be the left arm bowling of Bishu. Pulled into the onside. Charles is there. Can't prevent the single. Just wondering, how does he conjure up or strategize which bowling action to use, if it's the right hand or the left hand, if it's to the same batter or just alternate batters? How does he work that out in his mind at such a young age?
Yeah, it must be quite difficult to sort of, well,
we've seen with him with his left arm around the wicket, as Joseph did. He's targeting a middle and leg line to get that ball to grip and turn across the right-hand batter, as Joseph was doing. So that might be one strategy when the right-hander is on strike.
I think generally, maybe just to keep things simple at this age, he might just look to take the ball away from the batsman. More so just left arm orthodox to the right hand batsman and off spin to the left hand batsman, but not too sure which one he might deem his strongest suit.
Well, 5 of the runs he's conceded has been angling into the right-hander down the leg side, and yet again there is angled into the leg side. Paddle sweep there from Mackenzie. Just 1 run. So he's been angling it from left arm around the wicket into middle and leg, but just getting it to drift down the leg side a bit too much.
He has 5 fielders on that onside.
Yeah, so it seems as though he's going to bowl left arm around the wicket for right-handers. And then right arm over the wicket to left-handers, and each time getting the ball to turn away from the batter. Short, tugged into the onside, over the head of mid-wicket. There is a deep mid-wicket on the boundary and a deep square leg. It's going to be the deep mid-wicket in that of, looks to be Grant out there doing the fielding. End of the 27th over now. 7 wickets down, 85 runs off the board as we look at the scorecard there. 31 to Singh top score. And now Burgon on to 14 with Francis 10 runs. Those have been the top scores. Extras, of course, at 13. And there is going to be a bowling change, is it? No, it isn't. It's going to be Joseph. Is it Joseph Fontenelle? Fontenelle's going to continue there.
I don't think Fontenelle will be too pleased to be taken out of the attack. I don't think the captain would want to take him out of the attack.
Loud appeal. Empire's having a think about it. They're appealing for caught behind with that ball outside the off stump, bouncing and turning away from the right-hand batter. We've seen him do this twice in the last over. Confident appeal from everyone involved.
Close, but didn't seem to be any deviation of the bat there.
So he takes off a single. It's played out to Durant at cover. Just thought for a second. Might have been risky, but Durant just sitting back on the 30-yard circle, allowing the single.
Like usually, you get the ball straight to a fielder, you wouldn't take a single, but it looked quite an easy single.
Probably in the mind of Durant there. He's just after, sitting just after the 30-yard circle. But it got to him so quickly, I thought he could have charged in there and tried to hurry the batsman. The slip is out, and a play and miss outside of the off stump. So a change in the field. Not quite sure that would have been the right move with so many balls being played and missed outside the off stump. Just wondering why that change would have come, Dylan. Taking
Yeah,
that first slip out.
86 for 7, you have the opposition. No real reason to take out those attacking options, especially to a bowler who's just taken 6 wickets.
Yeah, and then 5 out of 6 times that ball is being played in the offside, and 2 out of those 6 times it's going past the outside edge. And this time it's pushed. Extra cover is going to come around in front of Durant to try and pick that one up. Pushed into the offside off the back foot from Burgon.
Well, interestingly, there's now 5 fielders on the onside, so that slip fielder did move into the onside, which is a bit perplexing.
And what a couple boundaries will do. Just change things up in the mind of the management and the captain, opting to take the slip out and put the added protection, one in Moranci at deep square leg where that boundary was hit off of Fontenelle, and a deep mid-wicket as another boundary was hit over the head of straight mid-wicket into the boundary for 4 off of the bat of both batters. So forcing the captain to make a change and take that slip out. At the end of 28 overs gone, it's 88 for 7.
I guess there's 2 ways to look at that, because one way is just already there's attacking so much that really no real reason to take out that fielder. At least the Fontanelle, I would say, if a few boundaries are hit, but could also be a bit of a sign of what they might be thinking they would be able to achieve batting second on the surface given what they've seen from it.
Well, what can be said of the captain's decision is when he did take that slip out, nothing went past the bat. Might just be because of the long levers of both batters out in the middle, Mackenzie and Burgan. Quite tall individuals. It is Bishu back into the attack into his third over. He is 1 for 11. Comes off the inside edge. Scooted out into the direction of the umpire. Charles does the fielding. 1 run to the total, 90 for 7. We approach that 100 mark in the 29th over. Flighted and played out to Morancy at long off. A nice flight here from Bishop with his left arm deliveries around the wicket. He's had a couple issues with just pushing it too far down the leg side. He's trying to start on a middle stump line and get that ball to grip and come across the right-hander. And down the wicket, stumping chance, goes a begging. It beats the batter under his bat. There was Bishop angling it into the batter, going in, looks like between bat and part as we look at it here on replay. Under the bat, bouncing over the stump, and an opportunity there for Bishop to snag his second wicket, and the chance goes a begging. Fontaine couldn't quite take it behind the stump. Full toss this time. Is protection out in the deep. An opportunity for Bishop there.
Certainly wasn't an easy chance there, but do want to see the keeper do a bit better than that. Always difficult when it comes to you sort of yorks the keeper.
A good delivery there, fully flighted into middle and leg. I'm just wondering, with the batsman advancing down the wicket, yorking himself, how much of a sighter the wicketkeeper would have had, and probably as well not expecting the batter to miss it as it went under the bat. But he was right there and it went past him in a rush. End of the over, 29 gone, 7 wickets down, 93 runs on the board.
We've just seen a bit of a partnership developing here. Just able to get a few boundaries and run a few singles there between Mackenzie and Burgan, and just seeming to put a bit of pressure back onto the Windward Islands.
Well, I was wondering if there was going to be a bowling change in the last over. And the ball is taken out of the hands of Fontanelle. He's bowled the 9 overs. So I was just wondering if they would have kept 2 overs for him, just in case. Having Joseph as well, just bowled 6 overs. But they're changing him after he's bowled 9 overs. Thought he might have wanted to bowl out his 10. But it's going to be that man, Jarrell Duran, one of the main spinners in this Windward Island lineup. He's in the attack, and it's off the top edge, back towards Duran, and that's why the bowling change was made. First ball after the bowling change, the wicket of Burgan trying to turn the off spinner into the onside, could only spoon it back to the bowler. He's gone for 19, and another wicket goes.
Well, as soon as Duran was brought into the attack, he brought with him that wicket that they did need after a bit of a partnership was starting to develop, and well, Burgan has to go now. Mackenzie's left out there on 10. Francis is going to join him.
Well, immediately we saw there from Jarrell Duran that that ball gripped and turned, and it did turn quite a lot. He was trying to play the right type of shot there, turning it into the onside, playing with the turn. It comes off the leading edge. And a soft dismissal in the end.
A really great way for Duran to start his spell. No loosener to begin with, right? Where he would have wanted to bowl that delivery and getting as much out of it as he would have imagined. Brings Keaton Francis to the crease now.
93 runs as we approach that 100 mark. Yet to see if we would get there. With 8 wickets down now. Duran Wicket off his first ball. He's going to bowl to the left-handed Francis now. He's going to get that ball to go across the left-hander. Yes, appreciable turn and bounce there from Duran. Quite a good bowler in the two-day tournament. He finished with 15 wickets, as we mentioned, in the two-day tournament, behind Fontenelle and Ramdahal.
Another brilliant delivery to greet Keaton Francis. Two brilliant off-break deliveries, just unable to make contact.
This one lifted in the air. It's a diving opportunity there. Looks like Edwards charging in from mid-on. Got his hands to it. Tried to scoop it up. Falling short in the end. Excellent effort from him.
Just going against the turn there is Francis, and landing just short of that fielder. It was a great effort, but not quite able to reach there in the end.
Duran just coming on and creating chances immediately. Better from Francis. One ball to come in the over. Possible maiden wicket here. Second one for the innings it would be. Play and a miss. End of the over. 30 overs gone. 93 for 8.
Wonderful over there from Joel Durand. One change brings the reward right away for the Windward Islands.
Some 68 dot deliveries between the two leg spinners. Just over 11 overs of dot deliveries from the two leg break bowlers. Quite impressive from the pair. Have a look at young Agar there in his rehabilitation, coming off of injury there, working quite closely alongside Mr. Hazel.
Tremendous bowler there, Egard.
Short, didn't get up at all.
Yeah.
Mackenzie did quite well to get bat on it in the end.
Yeah, that ball really wanted to stay close to the ground. Did not want to make its way back up.
The left arm fast bowler from Trinidad and Tobago looking on at the left arm spinner of Bishop. Good flighted delivery on the line of the leg stump again. He's been drifting down that leg side far too often. Just want to correct that line and length, the young 15-year-old. Playing a notch above his level. Short, slow, pulled away. Long to long on, just one run. Been afforded the opportunity to get into the under-17 team and get a taste of the action here. And no doubt we'll see this youngster in years to come operating at this level and the under-19 level, hopefully in the future. And add a different dynamic to the West Indies senior team bowling attack. We have a pair of Moti and Akil Hussain featuring in the CPL tournament. He's going to change now. He's going to the left-hander. We'll see if he decides to go right-handed. Looks to go across both batters and leave the batsman with his spin and turn. So with the left-hander on strike, Francis, I think he's going to go right arm around the wicket. A good line and length there. Pitching on the off stump, leaving the batter. So the Windward Islands have the other advantage with this youngster of having now two off-spin bowlers and two left-arm spinners. So they have Durant, the off-spinner, Bishop, the off-spinner, right-handed. And they have Seaton, the left-arm off-spinner, and Bishop, the left-arm off-spinner.
Well,
94 for 8.
Bishop can only bowl as much as 10 overs.
There's the man Durant next to the umpire. On the offside end of the over, 94 for 8. Should be Durant to continue to bowl the 32nd over as the Leeward Islands limp towards the 100 mark. It's been very humid here at the Gilbert Park facility. The clouds have been just hanging around. It's very still out there. There is some grey clouds, but no rain. We hope it'll stay that way for the entirety of the day's play.
Of course, I haven't seen the sun out too much, but cloud cover has been quite regular. Of course, all of that comes with the humidity, so still a bit uncomfortable out there, humidity-wise.
That one just casually turned past Charles at mid-wicket there in the air. Joseph is on the boundary. 1 run to the total, 95 now. Francis yet to get off the mark. Mackenzie has looked pretty good for his 12 runs thus far. With Fontenelle coming out of the attack. Have to cope with Durand. Is getting some bounce and turn. There is a slip in place in Charles. And quite rightly so with 8 wickets down. And this one he heaves over the bowler's head. Is going to go toward the boundary. And Joseph is not going to be able to hold it back in. It's 4 runs to Francis there. Takes him, he gets off the mark with that good looking shot over the head of the bowler.
Well, he goes straight and great reward for that. Nice shot there from Francis.
Grant it is out there, patrolling the long off boundary. He set a bit wide for the left-hand batter.
Did have quite a bit of ground to make to get across to that, and this time across the line from Francis. Just one. I wanted to come back for the 2, but just stick with 1. Mackenzie now is back on strike.
100 comes up. 8 wickets down. We're into the 32nd over. 100 runs on the board. Some paddled around the corner. It's going to be Bishop to give chase. They go for 1. They're going to come for the 2nd. Looking for the 3rd. Having a look at the throw, and indecision there, and it's going to be a run out. And he misses the stump, the wicket keeper. There was indecision coming for the 3rd. There was Mackenzie coming down, and Francis was hesitant to turn. In the end, he decided to come for the run, and Mackenzie was on his way back, and it meant that both batsmen were stranded mid-pitch looking at each other, and the throw came in just wide, and Fontaine tried to throw the stumps down. And did he have the opportunity to just run with the ball to effect the run out there?
Not the greatest piece of work in the field there. Could have definitely done just as you were saying, they run at the stumps with the ball or try anything to just be a bit more.
Well, the thing is, coming back for that 3rd, and as I said, they were going to look at the throw. The ball was in the hand of Bishop, the youngster, and there was Mackenzie, and he was looking at the throw and saw that he had time to come for the 3rd, as the throw was a bit wide, but Francis was hesitant. Mackenzie, rather, was hesitant to come back, and in the end, all wells that ends well, and would have been an opportunity to get the 9th wicket. So it's going to be a change in bowling. Bishop is being replaced, and Moranci is going to come back into the attack. 5 overs from him in the opening spell. 13 runs conceded, and he is going to bowl to the left-handed Francis. 102 for 8. He is going to bowl with a slip in place. Charles, customarily a slip. 3rd man, fine leg. Fielders on the boundary. A comedy of errors there in the running between the wickets. And the non-striker Francis was looking at the throw from Bishop, saw that it was a bit wide, and called through for the single. Mackenzie hesitated, and with that hesitation, Francis turned his back to head back into his crease, and Mackenzie took off, and both batsmen were stranded mid-pitch. Short and not quite getting up as much as Francis anticipated. He'll have his turn to bowl. Sure he'll want to test the middle out as well.
Morancy back here after great opening spell. I just want to target the stumps and finish things off here for the Windwards as Morancy. Just tapping that right in front of him is Francis. Guyana 105 for 6 after 32 overs. 3 wickets for Brendan Boodoo. 1 apiece for Basant, Funili and Racha. Francis just missing his run there, and if we go across to the Barbados-Jamaica game, Jamaica 109 for 5. The top scorer being Odean Binns, 27 not out. Pollard taking 2 wickets. Roach, Carter and Dawn taking 1 apiece. Morancy comes back in again. And just again driven back to him. 4 dot balls so far.
So 2 of the games just poised at 110 runs, 105 runs. 5 and 6 wickets down respectively in the other 2 games. They would have been grateful for the weather as well.
All games up and running would be definitely good signs for all the teams here involved. See how the skies look. Quite cloudy, but no sun and no rain, so all good in the end. Morancy 1 delivery away from a maiden over to Francis here. That one just going away from him. Bit fuller there from Morancy, and does get that maiden over. 102 for 8 after 33.
Jamaica 1-1-1 for 5. And Damani Roach is back in the Barbados lineup, bowling first change. 2 wickets to Pollard, 1 wicket to Roach, 1 wicket to Carter. Main bowlers. 4 but up for the Barbados team. Brendan Boodoo taking up 3 wickets, and Racha just 1 run, conceding 18 in his 8 overs. So good going from the Trinidad and Tobago fast bowler.
Durand back for his third, and Kenzie just defending forward at that. No slip in place.
Nicely forced off the back foot. Fast cover. Good quick fielding there from Seaton. Tumbling over. The batsman limited to 1 run. He's on the ground and tosses the ball to mid-off.
That was some interesting fielding, I must say.
He was on the ground and couldn't get the throw into either the bowler or the wicket keeper. And such was his momentum falling backwards. He just tossed it to the man there, Edward, his captain, at mid-off. And Edward was a good throw to him. So he had it in his hands and he could have thrown the stumps down at the non-striker's end, warded off the second run.
That was effective in the end.
Duran has been quite effective here with his bowling as well. 1 for 9 into his third over, taking over from Cody Fontenelle. Picked up 6 wickets.
A bit more turn there. Pitched it almost leg stump there to Duran.
Fuller flighted delivery. Hit in the air. There is Grant at long off, but he is not going to get it. Hit dead straight back by Francis. And that is one of the bigger sixes we've seen hit straight back over the head of the bowler at this facility. And good contact there off the bowling of the off spinner Duran.
Second time we've seen Francis go straight, and second time we've seen him get a boundary. First time 4, this time 6. So good signs here, batting wise from Francis. Always is advised to bat and hit straight, especially on wickets such as these are assisted spinners.
Well, what it does show is that he does have some ability with the bat. And in the 34th over, with 16 overs to go, as he dabs this one past the first slip, they're going to get 1. And just 1 is going to be as the end of the over comes. And then 8 runs in that Duran over. 110 for 8. What it does show is that Francis does have some ability with the bat. And he would do well for his team here if he could hang around and try to get as much runs as possible and take them close to that 50 over mark. Should have been the end of the over, but some doubt in the umpires' minds, and they're just conferring with the scorers. Umpire Raj Kumar is making his way, indicating that it is the end of the over by his count.
One thing I think that you can't really figure out if the player is quite a batsman or quite a bowler yet at this stage of their career. Still quite young, could develop more as a batsman or bowler later on, or even an all-rounder. So always good to keep your options open at this young age. Always try to learn as much as you can, especially in modern day cricket. Can't really hide as a bowler anymore. You do have to bat.
So Moranci is just coming off of the field. And telling me coming on, Moranci bowled the last over, so there is going to be a bowling change.
Well, captain wants to have a say in things now, Theo Edward.
Yeah, just wondering if he would have actually pegged himself to come on and bowl at this point, but forced to, with Moranci just coming off the field. And there are going to be 4 players in the deep for the off spin of Theo Edward. And that's going to be at Grant at deep square leg. There is a deep mid wicket in Joseph. And Seaton at long on. An appeal from Edward seemed to come off the bat. Or the forearm. Francis just indicating it came off his back elbow. Look at it here again. Flighted. Pitching and hitting the back elbow of the batter. Trickling out the first slip. Short. But hit hard. Straight back to Edward.
Well, you could understand why Edward went up on appeal there. It did look like it might have been some bat, and was enough about it to please warrant the question. And this time he's going up, trying to sweep and just landing short of that fielder there at backward square leg. Gonna come back for 2, Francis. Not the most advised shot against the turn. He's hitting so well straight. No real reason for him to play that shot.
He was lucky in the end. Falling just short of Grant at deep square leg.
If anything, the turn taking it away from him almost helped to keep it short of the fielder.
Playing a miss outside the off. So the one other fielder in the deep is that long off. And that of Elcock. So is he just looking at their protection straight back, both on the on and off side, looking to go around the corners? He does again. Another loud appeal to umpire Rajkumar. He says not out, and 2 appeals in the over from Edward. And 2 runs in his over. So whether he wanted to bowl or not, it's a good over in the end. And a shout for LBW. Batter just stepping across, trying to work it into the outside, perhaps striking him outside the off stump, Francis. 8 wickets down, 112 runs on the board. 15 overs to come.
Well, again, you understand why he was asking the question. Did look pretty close.
Both batters just getting some water. The end of that over. A partnership building here. Francis on 14 off of 27 and Mackenzie on 15. So the last wicket falling at 93 runs. So 19 runs in this partnership thus far with a few boundaries. Couple 4s, 2 6s. 1 6 in fact.
So 2 off spinners now in action. So we saw 2 leg spinners in action earlier. And well, technically we have seen 2 left arm spinners in action as well. So all bases covered spin-wise in Windward Islands. Of course, you compare to a team like Jamaica, who has a flurry of off spinners, not too much otherwise.
Just 11 overs of pace in that 35 over. 35 overs completed. 22 overs of spin. It's another hole up in the proceedings here. Umpire Willoughby just communicating to the 3rd official. All seems well now. Francis, a seasoned player in this lineup, taking on the responsibility with the bat. So he's gone up against Durand and hit him for a couple lusty blows. Durand just trying to peg back here. He's conceded 17 runs into his 4th over now.
And now Durand, having seen that Francis likes to target that straight boundary and putting that long off and long on fielder, has really been sort of permitting his boundary scoring options, run scoring option in general, now able to turn that one around to able to sneak 2 there, does Francis. Not the greatest piece of work in the field, but
inevitably Bishu is back in the action. The ball has been tracking him all innings. End of the over, 36 gone, 115 for 8. And Francis and Mackenzie continuing on. You see those Durant in that over, just dragging his length back somewhat to Francis, who's gone aerial to him. And with that length being dragged back, he's been playing off the back foot. Couple dot deliveries and managing to work one down the leg side.
well, we've actually seen 9 bowlers in operation so far from the Windward Islands, so many options. Of course, 115 for 8 doesn't sort of strike you as needing so many bowlers, but of course, at this tournament, you want to give all your bowling options a chance to bowl, and see that very much in action here for the Windward Islands.
And that 9th bowler being the captain, Edward, bringing himself on as Moranci just left the field. Flighted into the block hole, just dug out by Mackenzie for a run. It's a good first over from Edwards. A couple of peels in that over. Conceded just 1 run. Fielders do change now for Francis on strike. The deep cover comes in. And Deep McGregor goes back onto the boundary. A couple of them has been hammered back to Edward. Flighted, good delivery from him, just losing his footing there. Francis trying to overhit what he thought was a full delivery. And that ball just dipping on him and he realizing it at the last moment. Trying to skirt it away off, leaning back off the back leg. Then ball ended up tumbling over.
Sammy's driven it into the pitch with furiosity there. A lot different than the previous delivery. Showing off his range here, Edward.
Good variations here from Edward in that over. We saw quite a few change-up deliveries there. Conceding just the one run. 3 runs conceded in his third over. 37 gone. 116 for 8. Partnership continuing on here. "23 runs in the partnership thus far. Might just be the second highest partnership of the innings thus far. Yeah, just going past the 20-run partnership between Jones and Mackenzie. So 23 runs in this partnership.
Of course, with Francis, we see that you have that long off and long on fielder. And here for Mackenzie, we saw that long off come up to mid off. So different plans for each batsman.
Full toss, lifted down to Grant. It is out there at long on. 1 run. Few shuffles around. The left-hander coming in to strike now. The fielders on the offside come into the ring. Good delivery and good batting there. Played out to Grant there. So rotating the strike. 118. As we prepare for another drinks break at the end of this over. So 6 fours coming in the innings and just 1 6. Most of those boundaries taking place in the latter half of the innings. With the lower order batsman coming into their own, Mackenzie and Francis. This one angled down the leg side. Top hand comes off the bat. No contact onto the pad, no run either. So 38 overs gone. 118 runs on the board, and the not out batsman out in the middle, Micah Mackenzie, he's on 18 off of 32. Hayden Francis, he's on 17 off of 36 deliveries. In that total of 117, the spinners have come on and the extras remained at 13, which is very good to see. And all are going to take a drinks break as the sun comes out, and we'll take a break here and resume after. here after the drinks break. Keaton Francis, he's on strike on 17, facing up to the captain, Theo Edwards. He's come on into the attack. Bowled 2 overs for 4 runs. 119 for 8. 12 overs to come in the innings. And these two batters here have given us hope that we will get to see 50 overs. And the Leeward Islands, if they do manage to bat out the 50 overs after having won the toss, to look at the positive side of things, there's a play and a miss. Swinging the bat outside of the off stump there, Francis, just after the drinks break. And we've seen wickets fall after the drinks interval, and you want to be cognizant of the fact with Edward having a lot of variations up his armory. Flighted delivery, pushed in the air. They're looking for 2. Yes, it's going to be on. This Elcock coming in with the throw to the non-striker end, and 2 runs quite comfortably in the end. And that is what Francis needs to do. Just look for those gaps. Wait for those bad deliveries or those balls that he can work into for 1s and 2s.
Francis really has shown the rest of batsmen how simple it is there. Just getting those 2 runs that we just saw going with the spin, trying to find those gaps.
But a flighted delivery hoisted over the air. The man at extra cover is in very close. Had he been just 3 steps or so behind, further back, he might have been able to snag an opportunity for a catch there off of the bowling of his captain, who looks at it and just shrugs his shoulders. He himself having set the man close in. So after 39 overs, 122 runs on the board, with Francis taking his chances in that over there, pushing the ball over the head of extra cover a couple of times. Takes his total on to 20. And we may just see a bowling change now from the northern end, with Duran bowling 5 overs for 21 runs. Having the highest of the economy rates of the spinners in the innings so far. And we are going to see Jelani Joseph back into the attack, the leg spinner. He has bowled 6 overs, 3 maidens for 7 runs, featuring in a double combination of spin bowling at the middle portion of the innings. Himself and Fontenelle kept a tight lid on things, with Fontenelle snagging 6 wickets at the opposite end, and his partner Jelani Joseph keeping the pressure on at the other end. So he's going to be back into the attack.
Of course, this change of ends for Jelani Joseph, generally from that end, you might see the breeze sort of assist the drift of a leg spinner, but not too much breeze here with us today.
So with 11 overs to go, captain does have some options for his dead bowling. This one pushed past extra cover. They're going to get 2 as Grant comes around from a long off to a deep extra cover area. Did you just with 1 run in the end?
Partnership of 2T comes up from 60 deliveries. So 60 deliveries they've been able to withstand out there.
Field changes. The 2 men are going to drop out onto the boundary on the onside, where they have been. Captain Edward makes a change. He's going to just keep the mid-wicket in. Tyler Venner is on the field for Moranci. Went off just before the drinks break. Just pulled 1 over before he went off the field. Loud appeal by the umpire, and Willoughby again raises his hand. He's taken a lot of wickets, umpire Willoughby, from that northern end. Raises his hands again, and Jelani Joseph picks up his first wicket, and he has 1 for 8 now, and that is the wicket of Mackenzie going. Playing back, and ball just keeping a tad bit low. He really should have been forward to that delivery, and Mackenzie goes for 18, another wicket falling. 123.
That change of ends for Joseph working out. So how many? 6 wickets Fontenelle took from that end, and Joseph just saying, give me a chance at that northern end, and he obliges just 2 deliveries into his second spell.
Yeah, that is the end of the Trinidad and Tobago leg spinner, one Ganesh Mahabir used to bowl from, snagging a lot of his wickets on that end. Of course, as you said, he bowls from that end and he can get the breeze just to push it away and then grip and turn and come back to the right hander. So got two bites of the cherry bowling from that end when the wind does decide to blow across the ground.
And probably on the flip side of that, already seeing how he was sort of bowling a bit more middle and leg from the other end might have been the reason he wanted to bowl from that southern end to begin with, and why that partnership between him and Fontenelle worked so well.
You're quite right there. And that would have been an additional variety between the two leg spinners, with one looping and flighting on or about the off stump, and Jelani Joseph opting more of a middle and leg line when he was bowling from that southern end. And the right-hand batter, Tong, is in. Mikhaili Tong, the big, bulky, tall right-arm fast bowler for the Leeward Islands, and he is going to have 4 men out in the deep, 3 on the onside, and 1 long off. There is a slip in place, as you would expect with 9 wickets down, 123 runs on the board, and with a bowler 1 for 8 into his 7th over. So Edward just opting to bring his opening bowler Moranci back on for that 1 over, trying to snag a couple wickets again and finish the tail off with 7 wickets down. But Moranci just bowled a 1 over. This one on the edge, straight to Charles at first slip.
Slip on that occasion, turning out to not just be an attacking option, but a run-saving option. Just as you said, Moranci came back for that 1 over, but then went off the field. Bartolomeo came on for him, and still see Bartolomeo in action here at the backward square.
Lunges forward and takes off for the single. Tong sent back by Francis. With 1 wicket to go, and Francis on 21 from 43 may just want Tong to hang around a bit, because they do have 10 overs to come. 123 runs on the board. They would want to really get up to 150 runs, which the Leeward Islands may have been targeting between 150 and 200 runs upon winning the toss and batting first. So 123 for 9. You just want to have a word with Tong there, just to try and hang around a bit.
Yeah, I think you'd definitely be having a few words with him there, because last ball of the over there, Tong looking to retain strike. It certainly would not be part of the plan. Francis would want to keep as much of the strike as he can.
There's going to be a bowling change. Can Elcock is back into the attack. It was just the 3 overs from him. He was going quite well, bowling a lot of variation. 3 overs for 7 runs, but he opts to bring back on Elcock, who's bowled 2 overs for 8 runs. He did bowl from that northern end, taking over from Cody Grant, who opened the bowling. A wide he starts with down the leg side. Quite often we see the fast bowler starting with a wide on the first delivery and just pointing out there, Francis, that the ball did hit the helmet. And the umpire, Raj Kumar, who could not have seen that, and the wicketkeeper and Charles just alerting the umpires that it did crash into the helmet. And umpire Willoughby confirming. So it's going to be a wide as well as 5 penalty runs. Leeward Islands would take the runs in any form or fashion.
Insult to injury there, wide delivery, and then it goes on to hit the helmet.
Delivering from well behind the popping crease. Not quite sure if it was intentional or not. Elcock just changing ends. Kavon Bartholomew being left out of the lineup, so would have been a new opening bowler in that of Grant, and then Can Elcock came on first change after the 3 overs from Grant. Again down the leg side, I want to be careful it doesn't take it the wicketkeeper. They do go through for the It's going to be called a wide. So they do get the extra run with a single and the wicketkeeper not quite taking it cleanly down the leg. So I'm just wondering if it would have gone close to that helmet again. And if I was Elcock, I'd be telling them, get that helmet off the field.
Well, you read my mind, and I think we both read people's mind. It must have been Paramount thought on his mind when that went through for wide. He would have seen the same result again.
It's an eventful over. 6 wides.
Yeah, just as you were talking about earlier, you don't want to see all of those extras, and it's as if they just added in some extras at the end just to remind you of those.
Short of a link and getting some bat onto it there's tongue. Not quite timing it. Standing tall, coming off the bottom portion of the bat. So the field for Elcock, the mid-off and mid-on are inside the ring. Just a fine leg and third man outside of the circle. Slower ball. Tongue was there and just let it go. Gets through to the wicketkeeper who takes it on the bounce quite cleanly. 131 for 9. No runs off the bat in this over. Short and pulled to mid-on. They are going to get the single that Edward comes in. 132 for 9. So 8 extras being added with this over. And the extras was stuck on 13. Barring the wides, it's been a good over here from Elcock. And that has been the challenge for the coaches in this tournament. Usually get 4 out of those 6 deliveries being bang on target, but then the consistency there has been just lacking to get them from 4 good deliveries in an over to 5 and 6. And that's where the work would be for all the coaches across the territories. It's the end of the over. Forte gone, 124 runs on the board. Francis is there. He's on 21. Tong yet to score. Top score in the innings so far. Devanand Singh, 31 off of 68 deliveries. And Francis now on 21 off of 45. LaShawn Began got 19 off of 20 deliveries. And Mackenzie 18 off of 35. Both batters were building that partnership between Mackenzie and Francis before he was out LBW to Joseph. And there is going to be another bowling change now from the northern end. So Joseph just a 1 over. There is going to be Joseph to continue. Full toss. Off the inside edge into his pad. Playing a miss outside the off stump. Going past the outside edge. A slip is in place. Joseph into his 8 overs. Is 1 for 8 off 7. With 3 maidens in for good measure.
Really great bowling here from Joseph. Saw him support Fontenelle earlier, and now is trying to clean things up on his own, as that one is a bit uppish, but that fielder was push back to long off.
They're just wondering with tongue on strike. And all the wickets falling for the leg spinners at that end. All 6 of them went caught at mid-off. Had he been there, he would have been in with a chance.
Well, that's exactly where I was about to go, because unless Francis is on strike, I don't understand why they have those fielders deep.
Especially when you saw in the last over, they were both in the ring. They're definitely going to be the outside of the ring now with Francis on strike. Short and cut away, but good stop by Tyler Veneer on the field for Moranci there at extra cover. Hit powerfully by Francis. No run. The umpires are going to consult here. The umpires have come together a couple times in the innings. Not quite sure what the issue is.
Well, I'm not too sure if
And
it's
that
because
might be the issue. We're hearing the thunder in the distance.
I did see that lightning strike a few seconds before, so not sure if that was what they were
Yeah, our
conferring.
cameraman was also hinting at it in that direction.
Well,
He's been given out there on that delivery. Joseph coming through. Is he out caught behind?
does look to be all caught behind.
And he's quite upset there.
Well, that pause in play definitely resulted in a wicket. Just sort of getting Francis out of his frame of mind and playing a bit loosely at that was always going to leave him no chance of getting bowled.
Well, it was the googly delivery that spun away. And it is going to bring the innings to an end with the fall of that wicket there. So 133 all out. An anti-climax in the end there. Francis was not too happy being a judge caught behind. But umpire Willoughby has been bang on in this game thus far. And with 133 runs on the board, inning comes to a close after 42 overs. And we do have some clouds in the air. The sun is out with us here, but there is some rain clouds and some thunder and lightning just across in the distance in the direction of the National Cricket Centre. So we're going to take a break in the innings here. Might just well break for lunch as well. And that's the news from out in the middle. It's 133 all out. The Leeward Islands upon winning the toss. And the top scores in the innings, Devanand Singh 31 and Caden Francis 21 runs. Mika McKenzie getting 18. Lashaw Bigan 19 runs. And the captain Francis 10 runs. But the highlight of the innings was the bowling of Cody Fontenelle. He's taken 6 wickets off of his 9 overs, conceding 27 runs and 1 maiden. And Jelani Joseph, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 9 runs and 2 wickets. And we saw the left-hand, right-hand bowling of Basuru Bishop getting an opportunity in this game. The ambidextrous bowler bowling 4 overs and picking up a wicket off of his second delivery out bowled. Got 1 for 16. And Joel Durant, 5 overs, 1 wicket for 21 runs. The captain himself bowling 3 overs for 7. And with that came that last wicket there, bringing the end of the innings. The run rate is 3.16. It's 134 runs to win for the Windward Islands. And we will be back here after the break. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Gilbert Park facility here. And it's going to be the innings of the Windward Islands chasing 134 runs for victory. And with the good news that we've completed the first innings in this 50-over tournament here, as I'm joined on commentary by Andrew Chan here. Welcome, Andrew.
Hey, good morning, Billy, and good morning to all the cricket fans watching us live on this 360 production for West Indies cricket, of course, for Cricket West Indies. The Outness 17, the futures, 134, not a stiff target, but we'll see how the chase goes. Expecting some bounce on the pitch.
And most definitely here at the Gilbert Park facilities, we've seen particularly with the Barbados fast bowlers, and now we've seen at first chance with the Windward Island bowlers that they have been able to extract some bounce off the fast bowlers, in particular on the strip out there. So it's going to be Tong, another fast bowler. Of course, we expect to see him bang in a few short ones. Another false start from him, just not quite sure. They did have the issue in the first innings when Moranci was running in from that end. A little bit of soft under the foot there for the fast bowlers. So much so, in fact, that the Windward Islands opted to leave Bartholomew out of the lineup and play that extra spinner in that of young ambidextrous Bishop, brother. Reminded me on physique of that leg spin bowler from Guyana, Bishu.
Macaulay Tong, I wonder if he's any relation to Gavin Tong, of course, who played a couple matches for the West Indies.
Yes, I believe it's some type of family relations there. And we do get the first delivery on the way. Walked into the onside. Good pace from Tong there. They're going to walk it and come for two. There is Edward. As such was the pace of the delivery onto the bat off the back foot and walked it into the onside and through the vacant mid-wicket area. And they're off and running, the Windward Islands.
Yeah, well played by the young batter, Edward, because he stood up tall. I like how he stood up tall. And then he directed it away from the one field on the leg side, which could have affected him. And he tried to time it quite well. But good pace, it looks like, from Thorne to start. Tong.
Yes, he's been a feature in the two-day tournament with his pace. Short pitch delivery banged in. Did have a couple games at the Inshanali Park here. He's bowling here with three fielders on the onside. There is two out in the deep, one at fine leg and third man. And of course, he has two slips for the pace and the new ball, as well as a point fielder, cover and mid-off. 6-3 field for him.
And that fielder on the leg side has just come forward a square after that first shot into the leg side. He's to the left of the umpire now, mid-wicketish.
And there's that short ball. It's hooked in the air, down to fine leg, diving away, tumbling over. It's going to go for 4, but a valiant attempt out there in the deep. Not quite sure who the fielder is out there in the deep, trying to get her wrong. It's in the air, off the top edge, ducking into the pull shot from a short delivery there from Tong.
Yeah, the fielder looked like he was covering the ground because it went high in the air. It was quite looping. He looked like he got it wrong and then sort of stumbled as he was trying to take the catch.
Yeah, Maury Jones there out in the deep at fine leg. Such was the pace on it as well. Flew off the top edge. And there you can see immediately the pace and bounce of Macaulay Tong.
Back of a length again. Well played.
Edwards having a good game. The captain brought himself on for a bowling change when his fast on opening bowler Moranci went off the field. And just 6 overs from Moranci, and Theodore Edward came on, delivered 3 overs. So we have 9 runs or so from him. And now he's out there in the bat, taking first strike. Of course, his opening partner there, Luvio Charles, the left-hander. Short of a length again. Good looking shot off the back foot. Well in behind the line. Nice high elbow. Riding the bounce as well.
Yeah, he has a very, very clean run up to the crease there. He's using his full stride and he's bending his leg over quite nicely. But all of his deliveries have been back of a length. He has one delivery left in the over. I'd like to see him try to throw in that full delivery just to see if he gets maybe a bit of swing, maybe a bit of extra bounce, maybe a bit of a stump action, because that's what you're looking for as a fast bowler, those bowled and leg before.
Yeah, particularly with being overcast here still at Gilbert Park. New ball in hand, and he does pitch one up, and it's a cotton ball opportunity put down on his follow through there, Tong. Stop and driven firmly back at him in the air. Chance goes a begging, but he did manage to create the chance with pitching the ball up.
Yeah, as we have a look on the replay here, straight in, straight out, it should have been taken. And that, I think, was a very impressive first over because you can see that the young man has pace. He's under 17, remember that. Under 17, he has good pace, he has a good run up, he has a good action, and he clearly has a good cricketing brain because he tried to pitch it up for that last ball and almost drew that early blood. It's only 134 they have to defend.
And he'll, of course, be under the watchful eyes of West Indies cricket officials who have been at all the games, monitoring all these players on display. And he's certainly going to be one for the future. The tall, fast bowler extracting already at that tender age of 17. Quite sharp indeed. It's going to be Keaton Francis, the left-hander. He is going to go. Yeah, the left-hand batter bowling right-handed. Keaton Francis starts with a wide delivery. And it's Iret Richards donning the wicket-keeping gloves. Two wicket-keeper options in this lineup. Pluck as well. Did carry the gloves some of the two-day games.
UVO Charles. I have to meet some of these parents who name these UVO. Let's see how he goes.
Half shout. Umpire says not out. Also probably considering if it was wide enough to be called a wide. The keeper stepping across in front of first slip to collect. It was a good delivery, in fact, going across, starting probably on about Ostam, going across the left-hand bat of Charles.
It wasn't too bad a delivery at all. You probably want to get it closer. Probably finished on 60, might want it to finish on 5th, if anything at all.
Particularly with two slips in place. The length was good, however, just needs to get it a tad bit closer.
That's a better line.
Just holding it there. Charles, the opening bat left hand. He's had some good scores in the tournament. The top of the order for the Leeward Islands. Did manage to hit 8 sixes, the third most sixes in the two-day tournament, behind Carter and Van Lange. Carter hitting 9 sixes in an innings of 86 not out for Barbados. This one dabbed down here past point. There's a third and a fine leg out on the boundary, so just one run. It's the end of.
I like how he's set in his crease, UVO Charles. He's actually batting outside of his crease, but he's set and he's very, very still. Clearly has those fast hands that you associate with youth and many of our young cricketers. So that's good that he has those fast hands and good eyes, and I want to see more of his foot movement come into play. But of course, that will come as they get more accustomed. It's only the second over, and he's only faced 3 deliveries.
Going to be good rotation on strike there. Edwards to face this time. Edward. Down the leg side. And this is the difficulty with right hand, left hand combination. And we've seen extras piling up across the islands teams. And another wide there. 17 wides in the first innings. There was at one point the wides were stuck on 13. It was very good when the two leg spinners were in operation. 17 wides in the end. One wide, in fact, went to the boundary, totaling 5 in that innings. And again, down the leg side and wide signal there. We were making mention in the first innings in that Jamaica versus Guyana game, some 39 wides in a total of 152 conceded. There were 18 byes and 15 wides. And from the Leeward Islands, 28 wides conceded, 23 in a total of 92 runs. And that was just in the space of 23 overs.
Wow.
So something that they definitely have to look at. And down the leg side. A good take from the wicketkeeper, Richards, diving across, just plucking it with his left hand. Richards not pluck behind the stumps.
Well, it'll definitely be a good learning experience. And then I think it's something for the coaches to work with as well, because if it's something that's consistent across the board, okay, yes, we're producing fast bowlers, and it's good to see that the no balls at least are under control. You haven't seen that many no balls in terms of stepping over and stuff like that. But another discipline, of course, is the difficulty with the white ball is anything down the leg side, even if it's a quarter of a millimeter past the leg stump, it's still going to be a wide. It's just how the game is. It's certainly something for coaches across the region to look at, and it seems that the keeper after that brilliant take needs some attention on his probably his pinky.
Just 2 no balls in the first innings, both delivered by Moranci, just stepping over. Of course, with no balls being free hits, there is a focus by all coaches to ensure that bowlers do cut that no ball out. Don't want to be giving them bowling extra deliveries, keeping the over rate back, as well as conceding a free hit, not to mention the 1 run for the no ball itself. There's a Hazel. Physio seems to be attending to the right hand of the wicket keeper. Took that ball in the left hand. But the previous one down the leg side may have gotten that injury from that delivery there, and he's just getting some attention there under the watchful eyes of the umpire. Seems to be
Some news from your producer slash co-commentator slash director, Mr. Dylan Sharma, is that Dwayne Bravo will be retiring at the end of this 2024 CPL season. So the champion will mark his ground from outside the field now after this season. And hopefully the Knight Riders can send him off on a high as well.
Yeah, he had a career that soared to many heights across the globe, featuring in many different franchises, not to mention lifting a World Cup trophy or two.
Oh, you're talking about his cricketing career. I thought you were talking about his singing career. My apologies, Mr. Fulham. I didn't know he played cricket. Wow, this is news to me.
He's still
I thought he just sang a song that that happened to be popular worldwide.
wonder what he's going to sing about next.
Oh my. Retirement, retirement, retirement.
Such an illustrious career. Gained the popularity with his slower deliveries, and then getting the timing right off the bat, as it were.
Indeed.
Introducing a champion song at the winning of the World Cup. This one pushed into the offside and manages to get one on target outside of the off stump this time, Francis.
And it's still very relevant as well because, of course, that song featured, I think, for one team that celebrated it during the World Cup. The Olympics, the recently concluded Olympics.
Yes, one of the ladies' team, I believe it was.
Yeah, I think it was New Zealand. It might
New
have been
Zealand, correct. Trying to remember what sport it was. Was it
Rugby?
not quite sure? But on that bus ride home, they were champions. In the air, and a good catch there at point. Playing it hands away from the body there and just spooning a catch, pushing the bat at it. Just wonder, yeah, the substitute fielder on the field there, Atenes, he's on the field. Taking a good catch, diving forward. Reminds me of Richie Richardson in that slip cordon who would dive forward for catches. And what a good catch there in the end. And the first wicket falls there of the Tiro Edward going for 6 runs, and it's 12 for 1.
A disappointment there for him. I think he clearly wanted to play that through the cover region. I think there may have been a little bit of extra bounce from Francis. Well done by the fielder at point because it sort of looped in the air and then he sort of didn't move. He was stranded in position but he came forward and dived enough to complete the catch.
Jaquan Atenes on the field there. Substitute fielder, not playing in the game, but still managing to contribute out there in the field. The Antiguan.
And this would have been the difference here. Caden Francis has bowled 1 for 6, but really and truly, it's 4 wide. So it'd have been 1 for 2, or 1 for 1 even.
Oh, my mistake there, Andrew. It's actually Morton number 37, not number 17, Atenes. A good catch from the youngster. On down the leg side this time for the left-hander. So he's having some difficulty with the right-hand, left-hand combination. It's going to be the end of the over. 2 gone. 1 for 12. Picking up a wicket in that long over there with 4 wides from Francis. But a wicket in the end. 1 for 6 for him. And a catch was taken by, not by Atenez, but by Israel Morton. He was so caught up in making the comparison to Richie Richardson. Mix the numbers up. 37 and 17. Atenez, who did play in the tournament, being left out here. One of the substitutes now. Mr. Kabir Mohammed on the ball.
The 2 left-handers at the crease now in Khan Elcock and then Ubu Charles.
2 lefties now, birds of a feather. Flock together. 2 left-handers out in the middle. He's going to have to face up to the fast bowler, Kylie Tong. Gone for 6 runs in the first over. Top edge that went for 4 off of the bat of Charles. And this one flirting outside the off stump, lifting delivery, cramping him for room outside the off stump. Trying to force a shot off the back foot. 2 slips in place. 3rd man fine leg. Cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on. And mid wicket making up 3 on the onside.
Good adjustment from McCallick. This would be the first time he's bowling to a left-hander in the game. He immediately gets on the right mark. Should have had a wicket for himself in the first over.
Thudding into the pad there. Just on the leg stump. Should be a leg by. Umpire Rajkumar just confirming what he was being hinted by umpire Willoughby at square leg, confirming it came off the pad, nothing else. Good view of the traffic in the background on the southern main road here at the Gilbert Park facility. We are sitting at the Point Lisas Industrial Estate at the entrance to the estate.
And of course, Gilbert Park would have its own illustrious history as part of the Trinidad and Tobago landscape. So many games, so many players have played on this ground throughout the years. Of course, when carrying in 1975, that old sugarcane factory and sugarcane business was in the boom, this should have been the ground for everything. Literally the center of it all.
Yeah, the Carney Limited Company. Down the leg side from Tong. We sit in the heart of the Sugar Belt, what was known as the Sugar Belt, as we celebrate today, the 31st of August. 62 years, I believe, of independence.
62?
How much is it? My
I don't
mathematics
know.
betrays me.
1962. How much is it, Dillman? Work out that maths quickly and get back to us. Maybe at
62.
Happy independence, all our fellow Trinbagonians.
Seems to have stumped the Cricket 360 team. '62 not out, Trinidad and Tobago. There would have been a parade in Port of Spain.
Oh yeah, certainly. I left that side early this morning and I saw some of the officers, of course, in their full regalia.
All the armed services, all the security services.
Ooh,
Short
wearing
picture
that
there,
one
which
in
is,
the chest.
cannoning into the mid-rib area. Just gingerly walking away, trying to catch his breath there. Fast bowler into the mid-rib. Hazel, Trinidad and Tobago physio, races onto the field. Such is the pace of Tong there. He can make it uncomfortable for batters. And was just targeted, cramping him for room there in that middle and leg line. Striking him under that rib cage.
Credit to the batter to have the confidence to go for the shot.
Not even sure he could have gotten out of the way of it. Such was the
No.
line of the delivery into that blind spot for
Yeah.
left-handers. Can't really get out of the way. Curtly Ambrose here racing into Alan Bora, just targeting middle and leg in his blind spot, lifting deliveries into the rib cage of Alan Border. Mackay Tong here, just striking Luvio Charles, and going to take a minute just to recover from that impact.
We're calling for a drink of water for the player as well.
Yeah, no forearm guard there, but we have seen some deliveries to lift off of this Gilbert Park surface, and it did look quite a good surface, as it has done all the days in this tournament of 50 overs. But we remind our viewers, as we look at that replay, is it short? Not getting up quite as much, probably just playing a little too quickly, coming around and then striking him, and the shot was gone. Rained out game on Thursday will be played on Sunday tomorrow. Should be a T20 over fair. Not quite sure as to what time. Haven't been given that information yet. So we are playing the fourth 50 over match. And Sunday, that third game that was washed out will be played. And on Monday will be the final game in this 50 over tournament. So we're going to have the fourth, then the third, then the fifth.
And it's all in the central area because our teams are at NCC and then, of course, at Crisal. All a stone's throw away, if you actually look at it.
Yeah, we're just in that line along the northeast line. As when that northeast trade winds come across, that is usually where the rain comes from, in that direction. Follow-up delivery outside the off stump. They're going to get through. Call them for the bye. The keeper didn't guard it quickly. Luvio just gingerly strutting down the pitch, probably still feeling the effects of that blow in the ribcage area. And there was a shy at the non-striker end. They do get the run in the end.
Bit of awareness from the non-striker to call for the run when he saw the keeper made the mistake. He was running to the danger, and the keeper did well enough to get the throw out. And I think Charles could have been struggling, but in the end, he made it.
It was the end of the third over. 16 runs on the board. First wicket falling. Run rate of 5.33 runs on over. At first wicket of the captain, Theo Edwards. Going to Francis. A good catch by Morton at the gully area, diving forward. It's going to be Francis to continue. Nice looking cover drive there. There is a fielder. There is a misfield, in fact, there by Bigan. And they call for the run. The non-striker does not come for the run. There's some confusion out in the middle. The ball did go past. Well, there was a misfield by Bigan. And it trickled away from him outside of the 30-yard circle. And there was Charles running down, making the call for the run, but being sent back.
Well, Charles is halfway down the pitch, begging for his friend, for his teammate to come for the run, especially after the misfield. And in the end, nothing happened out of it. It was just a dot ball, and that's all that will be recorded.
And there was sufficient time, it seemed, to get
there
that
certainly
run.
was. But I mean, there's always the old adage: you don't run on a misfield, so it might have been
There's a problem here with Charles. As the umpire Raj Kumar just holding up there, as you could see, he did get that blow into the rib cage, and does seem to be struggling now. And not what you want to see.
He's actually fainting. I think he is. The umpire has to hold him up.
We do have medical staff on the field. We do have a stretcher as well, and they're going to have to lay him down there now. So a huge blow here for the Windward Islands team. And the medics are racing out onto the field now. And he was struck in the rib cage from a delivery from Tong. There was some treatment being applied to him, but he did continue, and now he's down on the ground after that stroke out to square cover. And the medical staff is in attendance there now. And not what you want to see. The youngster there. Difficult to see. And we're going to take a little break here. We'll come back with any updates. We take a break as he's being attended to. It's 16 for 1, 3.1 overs gone. Back here live. That's an incident there. The opening batter, Luvio Charles, was just struck under the rib cage from Tong. He's having to go on off the field. It's going to be Sino Fontaine comes in to replace him. Keaton Francis is the bowler from umpire Willoughby's end. And just some news there on Luvio Charles. He was struck just under the rib cage in the area of his diaphragm there. And umpire Rajkumar, he was in some difficulty, and umpire Rajkumar just ran over to him at the striker's end. I had to hold him up for a bit. And the physio, Sir Hazel, raced onto the field. The paramedics raced onto the field as well with the stretcher. And he's now off the field. He walked off of his own volition, had to be held though, but seemed to be recovering. But he is with the medical staff now. Just being placed on the stretcher. They're going to get some oxygen into him. A bit winded with that blow. And he is being monitored. We'll give you updates as we have them. And the cricket goes on. We are into the fourth over. Fontaine is the batter that replaced him. So 1 wicket down, and Charles retired hurt for the moment.
It was good to see the reaction from all the officials, the medic, and definitely the umpire being aware of the situation. And even now, he's looking off the field to make sure that the player is fine. And the attention that he's getting is duly well deserved. So credit to all the officials here who sprung into action. Certainly hope it isn't a lasting injury for Mr. Charles. I think he's actually wearing a mask maybe to assist him with his breathing there, Billy.
He has been given some oxygen, taking some measurements on him, his pulse rate, heart rate.
And pure oxygen, which would be very helpful.
Yeah, we see the blood pressure monitor coming out as well, so paramedics are very much on the ball. They're looking after him. Meanwhile, it's Francis. Maiden over from him. He has 1 for 6. The score is 16 for 1, chasing 133 runs for victory. And we've been lucky thus far with the rains. There are some grey clouds looming over. We did have some thunder and lightning just before the interval. But so far, the rains have kept away. The West Indies flag blowing in a southeasterly direction, indicating that the wind is just coming from the opposite direction we are accustomed to. But what it will do is just push those dark clouds further away, further south away from us.
But they'll put you to our friends at NCC and Presal.
This one. We are shy at the non-striker end. And one just seemed to come off the pad, maybe some inside edge onto pad, trickling on to the onside. The wicketkeeper ran around Richards and had another shy at the stump at the non-striker's end. Just looking at the striker's end, thinking if he could have had a throw at that end. He did have the glove on, so that would have taken pace off of the throw. But there could have been an opportunity to try and throw from the striker's end. Fontaine coming through for that single. 1 run to the total, 17 for 1. And that arrow off of the subway banner pointing in the direction of where the wind is blowing. And Tong was the man who short pitch delivery into the rib cage of Luvio Charles. Continued to bat on after some attention, and then 2 deliveries into the Francis over. Umpire Rajkumar was quick to see that he wasn't all too well, ran over to him, held him up, put him to lay down. Treatment from the officials. He managed to walk off the field and he's being attended to. And the man, Ursino Fontaine, replaced him, and Tong pitches up. We did see Tong bowl another short pitch delivery into Edwards, and Edwards was ducking into it and got a top edge that went away past fine leg for 4.
And he certainly has something about him, does Macaulay Tong. And Of course, you want to see them move on to the next step. So you want to see them go on, maybe play the under-19 Cricket World Cup and be part of the under-19 West Indies team, and then graduate and feed into the Test team and the ODI team, and of course the T20 squads.
He's looking quite
Excellent stuff.
sharp here. Sharpest tool in the tent, in
Yeah.
the shed.
Yeah,
Under 17 level.
Yeah, he clearly has a good cricketing mind about him, Macaulay, and he knows how to use his variations, which is very good. He's certainly a lot more on the ball than his opening partner, Caden Francis, even though Francis is the one who has a wicket. But Macaulay Tong, I think once he gets into that groove, once maybe if he takes one wicket, I think it could definitely lead to a tumbling of wickets.
Down leg side. Just brushing the tight part along the way. Removes the chance of it being called a wide. And the Barbados team as well. The Windward Islands team, Bartholomew, their fast bowler. He's had a good season. Morancy as well. He's been the pick of the fast bowlers in the Windward Islands lineup. There, of course, is Devon Wharton from the Guyana team. He was very impressive in a game here. Came back to bowl and was able to produce at will Yorker deliveries, bowling the death overs. Another impressive fast bowler. Again down the leg side. Loud appeal. He's been given out this time. On the previous occasion, it brushed the tie part, and on this time catches the edge of the bat and through to wicketkeeper Richards, and the second wicket goes. 17 runs on the board, and Tong strikes again.
It won't be the best delivery that he's bowled, but strangled down the leg side did Fontaine. Keeper did well to get across because it was dying on him, and the catch was taken. The umpire's finger went up immediately. Fontaine looks a little bit disappointed with it, but Morancy will come out to replace him, and maybe this should just be the start of what opens up Macaulay Tong. 1 for 8 of 3 overs, and another 2 or 3 overs. If he takes another 2 or 3 wickets, all of a sudden this game could be wide open.
So a wicket apiece for the opening fast bowlers. 5 overs gone. And we're still in the power play here of 10 overs, and already 2 wickets down for 17 runs. And of course, 1 batter retired hurt in that of Charles. And just a low total. So Leeward Islands just might be licking at the chops here. Get another breakthrough.
Impressive enough openings, though, from opening exchanges. Let's see how Francis can follow up.
Loud appeal this time, probably pitching outside of the leg stump, striking the batter on the pad. Morancy.
Yeah, definitely going down the leg side. He has a interesting run up, Francis. You can have a look at this. He's almost like he's cuddling the ball at his chest when he's running. His arms aren't really pumping in that sense. Let's have a look at it here. You can see it here. His arms are pumping, but it's a very, very cuddled and close to the chest.
That's a peach of a delivery there.
Yeah.
To Elcock. Just pitching and leaving the left-hander. We did see him have 3 deliveries wide when the right-hander was on strike. Very much so in the line of those deliveries.
Yeah, he's starting to find his range here, Francis, and that's good stuff because he actually bowled a maiden the over. So his first over was very, very wayward, and his second over was a maiden. So now he's want to follow it up. And if he can get a wicket maiden, well.
Yeah, seems to be much more comfortable bowling at the lefties as well. Going across them, nice standing tall shot there from Elcock, pushing it into the... Some rebuilding work to do here. The loss of 2 wickets. 117 needed.
And of course, their batter would be retired hurt, which of course would play in the psyche of the batters to come because they would say, okay, Macaulay Tong has struck Uvio Charles, who's our opening batter in the midriff region, who's still getting treatment there.
Yeah, tall fast bowlers tend to put that element of fear in the back of the minds of batsmen. So off the inside edge, squirted out. The fine leg who comes in, charges in there, Tong.
Maybe a thick inside edge. And the new batter is Morancy, I should say, and he looks like to be a tall fellow. Another southpaw.
He has had a good season with the bat and ball as well. had a score of 49 against Trinidad and Tobago in the first game of the 50-over affair, a game that was reduced to 22 overs, finishing trying to get 3 runs off the last ball, only managed to get 1, but striking some huge blows in the final over, chasing about 15 runs, 18 runs or so in the final over, managing just to get 15. This one spins away from Began at point, allows the single. And the good news is that Charles is off the stretcher, having received some oxygen, checked his blood pressure, his pulse rate.
That was Bulgan who made that mistake there. The outfield looks to be in nice condition, so the fielders can't blame themselves for those sort of errors. But it's all part of the learning process.
But there are some areas in the outfield where that was attended to with the sponge on Thursday, with the ground being underwater. So it was very soggy out there.
Yeah.
So the ground staff had to work on a lot of patches where you see some dark patches in the outfield. Those would have been the wet areas that they would have had to mop up some of that overnight rain over the course of a few days. So it was just soft at the footing this morning, but it's dried out quite well. Ensuring in his own manner that it doesn't roll back onto the stump. End of the over. 6 gone.
It's almost like a game of billiards with the ball running, and well, you can't accuse him of saying hit ball twice there, So
Once he didn't get any bat onto
a
it, try and keep
gracious
it
little
out.
fend, Billy Furlong. What do you call that? A gracious little fend.
You're on your own there, Andrew. I wouldn't even begin to describe that. He kept it out.
Yes, we'll leave it at that. Dylan Sharma will analyze it later and give us his opinion.
Is going to
Watches
be
a lot of cricket, he does, Dylan. He's always watching cricket. And when he's not watching cricket, he's working watching cricket.
Well, I just inquired as to what was his specialty.
I think his specialty was the water boy job. And that just made
It's a
him
critical job.
Yeah, critical, absolutely critical.
It's a tall figure of Morancy.
I think he can develop as a spinner, Dylan. I think he has the characteristics and the mannerisms of a good spinner.
Indicated that he tried his arm running into the batters. Had a run up, indicating he could have been a medium fast bowler.
Maybe a bit of dibbly dobblies, bit of swing in the air. Maybe turn himself into a pinch hitter later on.
Tall figure of Morancy there, and Tong with the ball in hand. He's wondering if he will try out a few short deliveries to the tall left-hand batter. Pitches up, loud appeal. Umpire Aksuma raises the finger. He was in agreement. Took a fraction of a second to make up his mind. And Morancy just struck on the front part. Seemed to go across the line somewhat. We'll have another look at it to be sure.
Interesting call from the umpire. You'd have to say, well, from the umpire's perspective, it might not have pitched in line, but it certainly clipped on that Midland leg stump, I would say. Maybe the only consideration, again, would have been height. But that was a very marginal call, but I'll give the umpire, of course, the benefit of the doubt there. Especially that he was coming over the wicket to the left-hander. But if the umpire believes that it pitched in line,
a number of questions there he would have, which is why he took a fraction of a second to decide. But it's the critical wicket of Morancy in this lineup to go, and now it's 3 wickets down for just 19 runs on the board. And a huge blow there, Morancy going for 1. He would have had to have considered where it pitched, as you said, and once it was in line, then he had to adjudicate as to if it was going over the line of the stump, so if it would have been low enough to strike the stump. It seemed to strike him on the left leg, a bit high up the pad, on the back foot, high up on the leg rather. So
and that's the height would have been an issue because Morancy's a tall fellow. So if it hits him below the roll, then it would have definitely been like, okay, that could have been an LBW. But if it hit anywhere on the roll, I would have said, you'd have said, okay, maybe that was going over.
Wide delivery down the leg side. Yeah, that would have been the question I would have had to ask myself as well.
Yeah.
As to the height, as you did indicate, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt that it did pitch in line. Because it did seem to go wicket to wicket from where it was pitched, although we are not at the best angle. And then going across the left hander, struck him up on the pant leg. That back leg was kind of crunched down.
Yeah, it was across the line, so that was against the batter.
Just ducking under the shoulder, ducking under that one there. Grant, the new batter coming out to face the music. Wide signal by the umpire. Have a look at that one again. Just seems to duck under the shoulder. Or the elbow rather. Just pulling the elbow out of the way, angle down the leg side. Good call by the umpire.
I think he expected that to come a little bit higher at him maybe, and so he's just flinching there. When Matali Tong asking questions right through. And that's the other thing, Tong is a tall bowler facing up a tall batter in that
that scenario, yeah.
Moransi dismissal. Getting a little bit too excited here, Tong. Pulled a little bit too tightly, maybe.
That left hand, right hand combination. Giving the bowlers a little bit of difficulty. Balls are called wide would have been a good delivery to the left hander. Still bowling with the two slips. Francis and Singh in there.
But you have to give credit to the Leewards think tank in terms of this opening bowling pair. Tong is clearly the attacker and the enforcer.
Loud appeal, struck on the pad, not out, says the umpire this time. Just bringing that ball closer into the batter, but still heading down the leg side, according to umpire Lyndon Rajkumar.
I don't know. I would say that looked more Jason than the Moransi dismissal. Maybe a bit of inside edge. Yeah, you're quite right there. Maybe just that tickle there. But then, yeah. But certainly with Tong and Francis here, I like this opening pair, and we'll see how strong the Leewards are to come after.
Through the hands of the wicketkeeper. Going down, it's not going to get to the boundary. They get one, hesitating to come for the second run again between the two batters out there in the middle. You see quite a number of hesitation coming for second runs and third runs from the teams. And again, another hesitation there. We'll get two in the end.
Needs to attack the stumps a little more, Tong. He has the pace to beat the batters. He has the pace.
Grant another tall individual in this lineup. Might just be the second tallest behind Moransi. Could do well. The sneaker Yorker in there. Good looking delivery there. Keeper taking it well above the waist. Good carry there. Tong into his fourth over now. Oh, 3 wides in the over. One delivery to come. Of course, is Israel Morton, the left-arm spinner. And the leg break bowler, Mackenzie. Those are the spinning options. Tickle down the leg side for one. End of the over, 25 for 3. 7 overs gone.
Cody Grant gets off the mark with that. And Tan Elcock feels like he's been in there for so much. He's really only paced 9 or 10 deliveries with just 2 runs. But been in for some time, and he's seen a lot happen from the other end.
Grant being given the new ball today in the absence of Bartholomew, playing the extra spinner, the Windward Islands. And the young bowler, Bishu, coming on, taking a wicket. With his second delivery, the young ambidextrous spinner.
Very nice.
Came on bowling right-handed to the left-hand batter and bowled out his middle stump. Would have been an excellent start for the youngster. The ball was following him around in the outfield. When given the chance, the ball in hand, did manage to get the bowler. Amori Jones out, bowled. Playing on this outside Youngster was quite interesting to see. He went right arm around the wicket to the left-hand batters, and then left arm around the wicket to the right-handers. Right arm around to the left-hand batters and left arm around to the right-hand bowlers to get ball to leave the batsman. Picked up a wicket along the way.
And then he went around and around in your brain, Billy. Yeah,
Took
you
a
had
little
to,
bit to
you
see.
had to take a little split second to figure to just remember how he did that. But that's brilliant stuff.
Thought I was on the rivulet roundabout there for a second. It's Saturday, Independence Day in Trinidad and Tobago. Just the shift workers on duty in the Point Jesus Industrial Estate.
Yeah, indeed.
Of course, the hard-working Cricket 360 working on a Saturday, enjoying the glorious weather here at the cricket facility.
But of
Very
course,
thankful the rains
yeah.
are kept away.
But in terms of statistics and something like that, they would still have that bowler as bowling however many overs. It doesn't have him as a right arm or left arm or whatever. That's a pleasant cover drive. We just get a single there.
The cricket all around just pushed it between the gap of mid-off and extra cover, allowed them to get the single quite comfortably.
But I would love to see, for example, to Gary Sobers, who bowled so many different styles because he was, of course, a left arm medium pacer, and then he would bowl a little bit of Chinaman and then a little bit of that. I would love to see his different stats for his different style of action. So as that young player develops, and of course, cricket being the statistician's dream, if you're a numbers person, if you like figures and facts and stuff like that.
Gary Sobers, the epitome of cricket, multi-talented batsman, bowler, golfer,
Yeah,
such an extraordinary talent out of the West Indies.
because as we talk about the statistics and stuff like that, I was chatting with our good friend Dylan Sharma, and I noted that even though there have been completed test matches, there have never been a complete test match in terms of the number of deliveries bowled. Because a test match would have always finished. If you think about a test matches, yeah, it's 540 overs, no, 540 deliveries in a day multiplied by 5. In terms of the number of balls faced in a test match, none of them have actually completed the exact quota.
But we have gotten more than 90 overs in a day's play.
Yeah,
The spinner zone, for example, in Bangladesh and Sri Lanka on the subcontinent, where the majority of the bowling are spinners, and they have gone well within the time slot for the day's play and have gotten to bowl over 90 overs.
yeah. But what I'm saying is, in
But
terms of
never,
yeah,
never have crossed the 5 innings.
number never crossed. Yeah,
Of course, you have a change of innings as well. You'd lose 2 overs and such. And we are at the completion of the 8th over. Time-wise, the power play is still in effect, but we are going to take a drinks break upon the hour mark. And it's 27 for 3 after 5 in beauty preparation. back here for live action. So it's going to be 4 runs. Tong coming into bowl to Elcock. Hits it through past mid wicket. 4 runs to the total. Want to see more of this from the Windward Islands point of view. That will be the hope of manager Holder and Coach Telsford. So word from the Coach Telford saying that Olivia Charles is okay, just winded a bit, should come back out to back.
That's good to hear.
Yorker delivery. Here's the Yorker delivery I was looking for. Just to mix it up. Well dug out in the end.
A little bit too leg sidey there from Tong, but good idea.
We're struggling a little bit left hand, right hand combinations. And it's into his 5th over. It's 2 for 12.
Well, was it a spin that did the damage for the Windwards?
It was 6 wickets by Kobe Fontanelle, his leg break bowling. And we had 2 leg spinners bowling in tandem, himself and Jelani Joseph. Joseph keeping things quiet at one end. And 2 leg spin bowlers we were noting, Dylan and I, that one was more flight, grip and spin, held a line outside the off stump, on about the off stump, and Jelani Joseph more into middle and leg, quicker through the air. Kept things quite tight.
So you certainly see how deep the Leewards go at bowling. That's a good run there. Just touched into the leg side by Cody.
There was some 38 dot balls or so between the 2 leg spinners.
My goodness.
17 overs of the 3 maidens by Joseph.
And how many wides, Billy?
There was no wides from the...
Brilliant.
The extras were stuck on 13 and didn't move from there until the pace bowlers came back on. And immediately Morancy came back and bowled the first one down the leg side for a wide.
Well, that's excellent control.
Very much so. 6 wickets for 26 runs from Cody Fontenelle. At one point, he had 4 wickets for about 3 runs or so, and 2 wickets to Joseph for 9 runs in his 8 overs. Appeal outside the off stump. Not out, says the umpire. Elcock on strike.
I think that was a bat hitting ground, which probably got the keeper excited.
Which has been a very fascinating game. Had 2 leg spinners on show, an ambidextrous bowler. Now we have the pace of Tong. Sort of a length delivery, just jumping onto the back foot, expecting that ball to get up. Didn't.
Might have been cross seam. It skidded through.
Hasn't been able to extract a lot of bounce out of the middle of the pitch or so.
Yeah. That's true, yeah. The full deliveries tend to keep a little bit low. But in the middle of the pitch is almost a piece of rubber there for that ball to bounce off.
Very slow delivery. Good change up there. Totally unexpected. Least of in the commentary box from Tong. The end of the over. Good change up from him, finishing his 5th over. 14 extras in the innings. It's 33 for 3. And he has 2 for 18 after 5.
Excellent bowling from him. Really, really good stuff. Well backed up by Caden Francis from the northern end. I would maybe like to see them switch ends just to see what happens, just to see if Tong can extract something from the other end. Just to see what could happen. Bring on a spinner front over just to switch it over.
I remember Emmanuel Lewis bowling from that northern end, as well as Jakeem Pollard, and they did manage to get some bounce on the pitch. Full toss. Hit through the gap between mid-wicket. They're going to get 2 in the end. This Pluck just does the cleaning up there. Didn't quite get it on the first attempt. Total needed, just tipping under 100 now, runs required.
Yeah, 99 runs to be exact. Well done, Mr. Francis. Athletic fielding there. At least it's good to see that despite these fellows are under 17, they certainly seem to be very fit. They're not overweight, and they seem to be
Very
well
energetic.
equipped. Yeah, well equipped.
Well,
Macaulay Tong looks like a strong shipping fellow, as does Cody Grant out there in the middle. Francis is now bowling his 5th over on the trot, and that's good to see.
just wondering if both bowlers may be changed after 5 overs. Tong completing 5, and Francis will complete 5 here. Wondering a change might be in store from that southern ends. Amori Jones is the other right arm medium fast bowler. It's advancing down the wicket there.
Yeah,
So-
once you free his arm there, Cody Grant. But those medium bowlers are always the ones that end up being the most dangerous sometimes. The fast bowlers, they're too good. You can't get away with the fast bowler. But the medium bowlers, you think, I can get on top of this one. But then he bowls that little swinging delivery that clips the top of you off stump, and that's you back in the pavilion.
Have you playing just a little bit earlier?
Yeah.
They play the faster bowlers and get one just to move off the seam or swing in the air. This one is in the air, through the hands of the man there at mid-off, and it goes into the boundary. And Grant taking his matters into his own hands and through the hands of the fielder at mid-off, on 4 runs to the total.
First forceful shot I've seen from a batter that came off. Mid-off, I don't think you can blame Mid-off that much because he timed his jump pretty well. And it was just over his head, enough bottom hand there from Grant to lift it over the bowler. To lift it over the fielder, I should say.
I called his name Jones, and it was Jones, the man, jumping in the air and just bursting through his hands. Enough power on it as well to race in the boundary nonetheless. So Grant moves on to 9. Total now 39. It's the last delivery in the power play, in the first power play. Just held it back a little bit for speed. Beating the batter coming off the inside edge. 40 runs up, 3 wickets down, power play done and dusted, 10 overs gone.
Okay, then Francis clearly a bit of an all-rounder, 21 or 48, and then following it up now with 1 for 17 off his opening 5 overs.
We are going to see Israel Morton, the spinner, taking over from Macaulay Tong. 2 wickets for 18 from Tong. Have a look at the groundsman there. Having to work very hard in the previous games. And now they can just sit after the hard work this morning and during the drinks break and just enjoy a game of cricket. Left arm spin of Morton. Picked up 4 for 37 in one of the games. Another 5 wicket haul as well. So he's having a good tournament. Morton.
He looks to be a confident little fellow here, Israel Morton. He's wearing his shades and his sparkling afro.
He took a brilliant catch for the dismissal of Edwards at Gully. Quick single there. The ball didn't get too far away from the bat. Looked somewhat risky, but the running was good. The calling was early between Elcock and Grant.
Which is good to see. The Windwards have had some real hesitancy with their running earlier. And so they're intent on at least turning over the strike, which would they have a right-hand, left-hand combination in play here. Let's see how the field is adjusted for the left-handed batter. There's a fielder at that cow corner position, as well as forward square leg, deep forward square leg.
It's hit in the direction of that man at cow corner. He gets a hand to it, Began, and spills it. Wasn't so close to the ground, but there he was charging in, diving forward. A good attempt, but he would have been disappointed not to hold on to it.
Yeah, he got there in the end. The thing with the white ball is it drops a little harder than you expect, and it swerves a little bit more in the air. He was at this good distance when I put in the dive, but unfortunately didn't pull off the catch. Bergen has a chance to field a conventional swipe to extra cover, while he'll resume his position down here at cow corner for the left-hander.
Yeah, and he was just a tad bit to his right at cow corner, deep mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Straightish deep mid-wicket on boundary, and that catch went just to the left of him. But he did quite well to gather in. It is still soft on that boundary edge here.
It
This
is,
area
yeah.
was underwater completely on Thursday, encroaching onto the just in front of the boundary. So it was very soft in that area. Still a little bit soft out there. He did manage to get good footing and dive forward. So Morton himself diving forward for that catch at gully.
And of course, credit to him, he had the presence of mind after his blip there, that he was able to get up and get the ball in quickly.
We have seen a few get past him when he was in the ring at cover and mid wicket for right hand left hand combination batters. So just a little bit of rough spots I was indicating earlier, where the sponge would have been soaking up stuff, and just made the ground a little bit undulated in that area, just around by the ring there. But there he was in the deep.
11 overs bowled, 43 for 3.
Another bowling change this time. Going to be Mackenzie, leg break bowler. Seen 3 leg spinners in this game. Leg break bowling has been rejuvenated with the advent of T20 cricket. Leg spinners have been the main wicket takers in that format of the game across the years. And when it's 50 over affair, we have 3 of them on show. Short over the head of McWicket, and it's going to go into the boundary. Poor delivery. Not a good start there from Mackenzie. He's gripping that one just too much grip in his hand and not being able to release it to get that flight. And 4 runs. 47 now, short, and just held up in the wicket.
Yeah, stand and deliver stuff from Cody Grant. It sat up so nicely for him. He did actually he did well to wait for that one, because it took an age to get to him. I think he tried to slap it too hard, and then from that shot, there's now a fielder at that that wide long on position as well as long off. Good stuff. Good follow up.
First slip there, that one eventually getting to him. Just wondering what that came off, the bottom edge of the bat into the turf.
Indeed.
Yeah, better deliveries from him. Just that first delivery not quite being released the way he wanted to, out of the fingers.
Yeah,
Wrist spinner.
it certainly looked like he's getting some back of the hand stuff coming out. And of course, with any moisture in the ground, it'd be hard for him to grip.
You see, at times he's just over gripping and just dragging it down.
Yeah.
That's the problem you're going to have with spinners and a dampish ball, and that seam being a little bit wet. They might want to just grip it a little tighter because it's skidding through their hands.
Of course, his first over coming in, and his first delivery's been slapped before, so that's better. That's beautiful.
It's a beautiful delivery there. Classical leg spinners action.
And I think he slowed that one a little bit down as well. Maybe a little bit more of the hand. Yeah, definitely drifting down the leg side.
Might have just been pitching outside the leg, someone coming back.
Yeah.
Or drifting down on the hole.
I think it was drifting down. It's just drifting down leg. A little more flight in that one. That's good stuff, though. Not afraid to toss it up. And the combination of spinners here will ask questions of the batters, because you have a left-handed orthodox from one end, and then a right-arm leggy from the other. So it's going to be good questions asked of the batters here.
Yeah, and spin being very much the Achilles heels across the Caribbean. Tend to be the leading wicket takers across the region, and we saw the opening partnership for the Leeward Islands. They had 45 runs on the board without the loss of a wicket. And soon the score was 7 for 73. The blink of an eye. All 6 wickets going to Fontenelle, the leg spinner. Morton, the main left-arm spinner in this Windward Islands lineup. He's the go-to man for spin. Loud appeal. And nothing in the head this time, the umpire. Just strike him on the back leg there. Umpire Rajkumar again taking a little while to make that decision. We'll have a look at it again. We have that luxury here.
Yeah, it's a good delivery. I think that pitched maybe on middle and leg and it was spinning back, maybe straight onto that middle and off stump. That's a good decision. Playing, I think, across the line of that one was Cody Grant. Unfortunately, after a good little start, a little cameo of about 16 or 17, that's the end of him. 48 for 4. Game on.
Yeah, that one just seemed to strike him on the back leg. And he played all around it. Certainly looked in line. Umpire Rajkumar just wondering if he perhaps got some bat onto it and then deciding that he didn't. And gone now. LBW. First wicket to Morton. Cody Grant goes for 17 runs off of 25 deliveries. And now 133 chasing. 48 for 3. The not-out batsman Elcock on 9 off of 20 deliveries. And we did see after Devon and Singh got out, just for 30 runs, that the only meaningful contribution came down in the back end from that man Francis. He looked very good with the bat in hand, batting left-handed, the right-arm fast bowler, stroking the ball to all parts of the boundary, managed to hit a gigantic 6 straight back over the head of the bowler. And now with 4 wickets down, the Windward Islands would want the same kind of response for their bowlers coming into bat now. Jelani Joseph, the leg spinner. You mentioned he bowled 3 maidens when he had that ball in his hand. Got 2 for 9 off his 8 overs. He's having a good game. Loud appeal, just wondering if it hit the pad first and then onto the bat. That is the question Morton and co was asking there of the umpire Rajkumar. Not out, he says.
I think you got a good stride out there, Joseph.
Not a loud shot this time, yeah, Andrew.
Yeah, that one definitely flicked the pad first. Yeah, I think just about drifting in and straightening. Just enough straightening, just enough there. Just going on with the hand. Yeah, brilliant stuff here from Morton.
Once he struck in line.
Yeah.
You know, that is the key, firstly, with that left arm around the wicket, because he's coming from a wider trajectory with that left arm around the wicket. So he can't go too much into leg stump, because then it's going to take it down the leg side. So just pitched in line and holding the line, probably coming back a little bit, as you said, straightening. And the umpire adjudicating is going to go on to the stumps. Definitely no bat involved either. And it seemed to Joseph just stand up and wait for the umpire to give him out there.
Yeah.
So not in a good position now. 5 wickets down. Still not 50 runs on the board yet.
And your good friend Cody Fontenelle is coming out to bat. He has some work to do ahead of him. And brilliant over. That actually ends the over from Morton. 48 for 5 after 13. 2 for 3 off 2 from Morton. What can Mackenzie do from the other end to support his fellow spin twin?
And Morton, the mainstay in the spin department for the Leeward Islands team, and just showing us why here. 2 wickets in his 2 overs, pegging back the Windward Islands team.
You know, it's nice to be back commentating at Gilbert Park, Billy Furlong, but there's a distinct smell that blows over Gilbert Park continuously. And boy, oh boy, is it one that inspires hunger.
Well, I will tell you that we just sit just westerly of where the Bridge and Castle facility would have been
Yeah.
We do have the molasses and bagasse storage buildings still very much crossing the distance.
It'd have been a combination of sugar and fried chicken, Billy. Dinner and dessert all in one.
Gets past the wicket keeper, playing a miss, heading out to that boundary down there. It's going to be Tongue. Thought for a second he was going to pull the dive out, but it does beat him to the boundary, and it's going to be byes. 4 of them, and that with that the 50 will come up. 52 for 5 now.
Yeah, that man Can Alcock just stepping inside the line of that one, and ball had enough pace to run down to the ropes here, so it seems that the outfield on that side is clearing up after the rains.
Yeah, Richards with the gloves. Seen a couple just slip through his hands. So in the air to mid wicket, diving across there. Can't hold it in. Is Francis there? An appeal for a run out as they were looking to come for the 2, but such has been the calling in this innings. Very hesitant calling. A lot of indecision in the running.
Valiant dive by the fielder at mid wicket, short mid wicket. It just got past him, and then the batter had to make another dive to get back into the non-strikers end, because that's certainly what they can ill afford at this time. The Windwards team to lose another wicket, especially via the run-out route. But any other wicket right now, and I think the Leewards would think we can knock out the bowlers. As it is, they're into the low order.
It was Francis diving away to his right. Couldn't quite hold it in. Very interesting. It's the first time that the Leeward Islands are got an opportunity to bat in the 50 over affair, and having posted a low score as that bagasse / molasses smell comes across the ground yet again. It's the first time they've had an opportunity to bat in the tournament, having posted that total with 1 game being washed out and 2 no result. A win in this game here would be very critical indeed. Diving away between.
Yeah, no,
comes off the top shoulder of the bat.
it was a cheeky attempt at a edge by Fontenelle, and instead he just gave the slippers some practice there.
Seemed to come off something off of the wicket keeper as well. Just wondering, the first slip diving away, jumping in the air to his left to take the catch.
Trying to open the face, yeah. Interesting, actually. Let's have a look at the replay and slow that down again.
Was it the wrong one?
That's going on with the hands, I think, but
It come off the right leg. Looked like the googly delivery, and I just wonder, it might be an LBW decision given there by Ryan Willoughby.
As a catch, yeah. I think you're right in that regard. I think it's the LBW that they were appealing for.
Very awkward looking position. He got himself in there. A bit of a tangle, and clearly didn't read that googly delivery. And a good delivery there from Mackenzie. Pinching a wicket there, and it is the man, the leg spinner for Fonell, who he's gotten.
The vengeance taken. Joel Durand is the new batter. They said UVO Charles would be okay to play, so we'll see maybe he can when he comes out. Can Alcock, 10 of 23. Boy, he's seen it all. By the end of this, Can Alcock will be a World War II veteran. And there's that smell from the dinner end of the ground, Billy Furlong. We'll have to call the other end the dessert end, that bagasse and molasses, that sweet smell.
Of course, to our left, it is the food court at the Atlantic Plaza. There is KFC on the junction at the roundabout, not to mention Subway across there, just teasing us with a plethora of options. Oh, there's the one pulled to the man at mid-wicket. And pluck it is, puts the catch down. Didn't have to move at all. Went just to his right. Couldn't pluck it out of the air, and it goes to grass.
And there we go, our good friend Dylan Sharma. Always looking to feed himself, whether it be coffee, whether it be chicken, whether it be both at the same time. You deep fry your chicken in coffee and he'll be quite happy.
Well, the spinner's having a feast out there in the middle. 2 wickets to Morton, an opportunity from the leg spin at the other end.
A feast indeed.
Loud appeal, gets a clump behind, and Morton takes another wicket. He has 3 in the kitty now for 4 runs off of his third over, into his third over. Duran goes for no score, the off spinner. So another left-arm off spinner pinching the wicket of a fellow off spinner. Duran goes for no score, outside edge. Good catch by Richards there. That one was pushed through. Short,
Yeah.
wide delivery.
A really wide delivery there. It's a procession now here that the Windward Islands batters are just in and out. It wasn't the best delivery at all from Morton. They're just pushing too hard. I think they just need to set themselves and try to get a couple singles and push that score up before you know it, you're up to 80 and then you can push on. But not good stuff at all here from the Windward batters. They're falling apart here.
It would be particularly disappointing knowing that Fontenelle got such good bowling, 6 wickets to him for 26 runs, as well as Joseph, and they was in such a good position.
And when you thought
them out for 133.
when you thought Macaulay Tong and Caden Francis, the opening fast bowlers, were picking up the main course, they were actually just picking up the side. There's the spinners picking up all the legs and thighs and edges and everything else.
Loud appeal going down the leg side. Spinning across the left-hand batter in Watson Seaton. He himself being a left-arm spin bowler. It's the 1 over from him in the Leeward Islands inning, so he would want to contribute with the bat here. Another loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Very confident appeal there. Seems as though it's a roundabout of wickets in and around. In one door, out the next there with 7 wickets down now. Just a roundabout area in the pavilion.
No foot movement at all from the batter.
Yeah, the broader picture here. 54 for 7 at the end of the 15th over. Cricket West Indies would want to see batters being able to post more than 150 runs. We've rarely seen on average in the 2-day encounter scores in the over 100 to 150 run area. And in this limited over affair as well, teams just struggling to go past 100 runs. And contributions from the lower order batters really getting teams over the 100 mark. So it's really the top order across the board, not really contributing as they would have envisaged at the start of the tournament. It's all happening out there in the middle.
Well, I mean, if we look at it from the positives and challenges side, the positives are that we are still producing very good bowlers. The challenging side is that maybe these young fellas are fed on a diet of T20 cricket. So if I make 20 off 12, that's pretty good. And they're not ready to bat for the long haul yet. And that is a problem.
Short, pulled up in the air. There's a man at deep mid wicket touching in, and a brilliant catch out there in the deep. And another wicket goes, that of Elcock. And what an excellent catch out there. Charging in from the boundary. It was short, pulled around the corner. And it's DeAndre Drew who's out there at cow corner, high up in the air against the breeze. Probably held up somewhat, so he had to charge in even faster. And what a good catch that is.
Yeah, splendid catch there. You have to give all credit to the fielder there for the hard work that he's done to cover that ground and take that catch. But Can Alcock disappoints me because he's the man who's been in there since I think the fall of the first wicket, and he's the one that they really needed to stay with him because we have UVO Charles coming in now. So if Seaton had gone, then you would have had Charles and Alcock, at least 2 recognized batters. Alcock, I think, was key to getting his team close to this total, and he's sort of thrown his hand away because he could have quite easily pulled that along the turf into that fielder and gotten 2 runs.
Well, 2 things. He still have been cognizant of the fact that he would have been pulling against the wind. And there is a man in that direction there, so he would have been well served to just pull it along the ground and probably try to get 4 runs, particularly with 7 wickets down in the lineup. The new man out there, Charles, is back. He's going to face up to Mackenzie. It's good to see Luvio Charles back on the field, recovering from that blow sustained from the bowling of Tongue. Did have some treatment from the paramedics.
Yeah, really, really poor stuff from Alcock. I mean, it wasn't even a great ball. It just sat up, and I mean, it was begging to be hit. But if you don't put it away, then what's the point? He could have swiveled nicely, and he has a fielder backward square leg. So you could have gotten two all along the turf past the umpire on the square leg.
I'll tell you what. Every now and again, leg spinners, when they bowl, and I was making mention of it earlier, Garnish Mohabia like to bowl from that northern end, knowing for a fact that anytime they want to pull left-handers, they're going to be pulling into the wind, and the wind assisting just some drift for his leg spin bowling. So, bowling from that end, hitting into the breeze, and two men out in the deep. Sometimes leg spinners tend to throw in that sucker delivery, just to lure you in, to try and see if you want to hit it for six. And a lot of wickets off of the leg spinners are from being out caught in the deep.
Credit to the fielder as well, DeAndre Drew, because that really was a brilliant catch. That went very, very high in the air, and it was swirling in that breeze.
Full toss, pulled in the air, down to long on from Charles. He continues his innings. Just wonder, as a captain for the Leeward Islands team, would you just bring Tong back for one over as Charles is back out in the middle? That ruthless captaincy we tend to see from the Australians.
I really don't think it's necessary because you have Israel Morton, who's basically doing the job. I think you can see how it plays off for a couple overs, because there's actually still a lot of time in this game. I mean, I highly doubt they're going to use all 50 of the overs, and if they do, well,
Precisely why you can bring him back for one
well,
over.
yeah,
Just to play on the mind of Charles.
maybe a Morton Tong partnership in bowling.
Flicked around the corner. There is a man there. Just bouncing short of him. It went to him quite quickly.
Did well there, the fielder, to cover that one. Could have bounced awkwardly past him, but got his body in line with the ball.
Keeping a watchful eye on that one. Very curious, he left that one alone from the left arm off spinner, coming back into the left-hand batter. Slower delivery. Hit in the air. There is Bergen out there in the deep. And again he fumbles. But Francis is there just to kick it back into play.
Yeah, some good footwork from Francis on the boundary there. Bergen making a bit of a mess of that one.
Yeah, he's had his issues in the field. He's just indicating to his coaching staff that it's wet out there. But he has allowed a couple just to get through his hands.
Yeah.
Luckily, there was some backup in the form of Francis. And
Francis did
Charles,
really well, actually,
yeah, working that left wing.
to get his feet in order to
We
just
normally
get.
see left footers on the right wing. There we
Yeah.
see the left-hand batter on the right wing, kicking it back in with his left hand. So cheeky running again, indecision in the middle. Play to the left of Pluck there at mid-wicket and taking off for the run and being sent back by Charles.
Plucked it well there. Got the throw in.
Seen a couple chances, a couple catches go down in the outfield. One at mid-off, one at mid-wicket. And some shaky feeling on the boundary edge. Just want to tighten it up here a bit. They want to stranglehold 56 for 8, the Windward Islands. In the air, there's Pluck, and he puts it down again at mid-wicket. Inexplicably.
Yeah, he didn't have to pluck anything too hard at all there. Pluck and still plucked it up.
Yeah, he would be the first one to put his hand up there. He'd be very disappointed with that opportunity to grab the 9th wicket turned in the air by Seaton, who's not had much of the strike, and just turning it in the air to mid-wicket. And that's the second one. I was just talking about the catches that have gone down, and the second one by Pluck being put down. But he has been a wicket keeper in the tournament so far. And Richards with the gloves, he is in the outfield. And Morton.
Certainly, if he was working in a chicken depot, Billy, he'd have been gutted by that not Pluck.
They may just have his neck.
Yeah. Tar and feather him. 57 for 9 it would have been. And Morton would have had 4 wickets.
Well, Morton, he's put 2 down off Morton's bowling in that mid-wicket position. Expansive drive there. No ball involved in that shot. No ball onto bat, that is.
Mackenzie with 2 for 7. Excellent bowling from him.
Just wonder, are we going to see a thrilling finish here? We've seen 2 CPL games that went to the last, over the last ball in the last one. Leeward Islands here versus the Windward Islands.
And of course, an Independence game night for the Knight Riders.
Of course, the Windward Islands team was involved in that game against Trinidad and Tobago, where they needed 3 runs off the last delivery, with Moraine finishing on 49 not out, chasing 18 runs in the last over, and Aaron Bassan came on to bowl that over and just restricted them to 15 runs in that over, and Trinidad and Tobago coming out with a victory. So in the air, no man's land between cover and long off. And Bassan gaining man of the match, and it was the only result in the tournament so far in the 50-over tournament. The game reduced to 22 overs, and Trinidad and Tobago coming away with a victory. So the winner across these 3 games here might just join Trinidad and Tobago at the top of the table.
Goodbye.
Net run rate might just separate them.
Vociferous appeal there. Might have been drifting down middle and leg. But Mackenzie has a chance now. Because Watson Seaton, that's the one that they'll want to get out. Plays it well in the end. UVO Charles will face up to more than likely Morton in the next over. 18 overs bowled, 58 for 8.
Speaking of Trinidad and Tobago, in response to Guyana's 121 all out in 37.3 overs, Trinidad and Tobago, Darius Batu Singh is out there with Samir Sarup in the opening position with Batu Singh, 24 to Batu Singh, 14 not out to Sarup. Interesting opening pair.
Yeah.
And then that Guyana team is going through the scorecard. Afraz Ali Budu, 22 off of 16, 2 sixes in his innings. The captain Van Lange, 14 to him. And Romesh Bharat, 21. Those were the top scorers, 9 extras in the innings, 121 all out. And 6 wickets to the leg spin of Brendan Budu, 6 for 22 in competition with Cody Fontenelle in this game. Another 6 wickets haul for the 2 leg spinners.
Israel Morton at most can get 5.
The spinners very much in the game. And in Barbados versus Jamaica, Jamaica 177 all out in 47.3 overs. Top score from Odain Binns on 43. 26 extras in that game. 3 wickets to Zachary Carter, the left-arm spinner, 3 for 36 off 10.
But in terms of spinners developing, I mean, of course, Trinidad and Guyana always produced a number of spinners. But why do you think so many spinners are being developed across the Caribbean?
Well, I firmly believe it has to do with the condition of the wicket across the Caribbean. At both the senior level and the youth level, we tend to see spinners taking the bulk of the wickets. And it's been a much talked about point. Quick single here, and he's going to be run out. Yeah. Disappointing call there, and Seaton was slow to react to a quick single from Charles. Is pushed into the offside, and he was slow to get off at the non-striker's end and run out in the end for no score now, and another wicket fall, 9 down via the run-out route. Not what you want to see happen, losing wickets there. To lose another one via the run-out route particularly when Charles, the opening batter, retired hurt, now come back in. You have an opportunity. It's a low total, 134 to get, and you're 58 for 7, and you lose a wicket via the run-out route. And Watson would have been really disappointed with that.
Yeah, that was a disappointing run there because of all the streaky singles that they tried to take out or didn't try to take, that one was the most streakiest because that fielder coming in from extra cover is just the easiest of underarm throws to the keeper. I don't think Seaton was that slow off the mark. It was just that
Hesitated.
the fielder swooped in quite well.
Yeah,
Uh,
the distance
yeah,
was so short, in fact,
yeah,
and he's running toward the ball. It wasn't to his
exactly.
left
Yeah,
or right.
it
So a
was
pick up and
straight
a throw
on.
straight
Yeah,
at the
the
keeper. He three
easiest
attempts to
ever
aim
done.
at all the wicket keeper. You know, the odds were not in Seaton's favor.
Really not in his favor. And Uvio Charles, it seems, doesn't seem to judge the run as best as he can.
I'll tell you what, he might have been just wanting to get the face at the other over, so he was expecting to call through Seaton so that he would get the strike in the other over. But it's Bishop out there, the youngster, right-hand batter.
But but that's actually what you just said raises the other point because yes, of course, there's the obvious situation with the pitches being very slow and not conducive to fast bowling or creating fast bowlers, which is why spinners we developed. But I think it's also the temperament of the batters because it's a perennial issue. Even we see it at the top class of West Indies cricket that they can't hit spinners away. Not even to say, oh, you're not hitting them for boundaries, but to turn them to maneuver the gaps and get the single. And so batters now they're of the opinion that okay, I can hold with sustain some pressure, and hit out, as opposed to working the ball around into the gaps and getting singles.
And as I said, it's a much talked about issue. One of the things brought up is the pitches, yes, the other issue has been batsmen not being able to use their feet as well to get to the pitch of deliveries, just wanting to stand and bat and allowing the bowlers to bowl at them. And of course, as Brian Lara would tell you, his philosophy when spinners came on was to go very aggressively at them, show intent, do not let them settle, go after them very early on in the piece. And between himself and Carl Hooper, they were very adept at scoring against spinners.
But this comes back to my point, Billy. Why aren't the players who come from the traditionally spin islands, Trinidad and Guyana, not adept either? And if the other territories are developing spinners, and over the years the batters should have developed the style. So why haven't they developed those skills as yet?
And with spinners, it's very much a mental game from both the spinner and the batter facing up to him. You want to try and work him out, put the bowler under pressure so that the bowler try to predict what delivery or force him to bowl what you want him to bowl. For instance, I know batters, don't want to call names, against leg spinner, which was one of my weaknesses playing against leg spin. And I learned to play against leg spin firstly by using the depth of the crease to my advantage, forcing them to change their line and lengths, thinking that I'm standing in a particular spot when I'm further back. So a full pitch delivery, is now a short of a length delivery to me and so on. And people have spoken about using the depth of the crease play against spinners and then using your feet to advance down the wicket to get to the pitch of the delivery and reading the ball through its flight and out of the bowler's hand. And you have to develop those ability as a player at these young level. And now it bodes well that we're seeing so many spinners that batters are now forced to play against the spinners and learn their craft and increase their potential of getting to that senior level.
There's another thing that is also very fundamental that I think is not spoken about, which is soft hand. You have to play with soft hands. And it comes back to paces as well, because you always see batters, the ball is coming at with you at pace, and you're fending at with your hands. What about the technique of dropping hands? Why don't we see that? Wear the ball on your chest, or wear the ball on your body, but your hands are nowhere near the ball. You see them fending. And yes, of course, it's a reaction to seeing a ball coming to you, but you have to train it to to teach your body to drop your hands.
And Michael Arteta and Robin Singh from England,
Yeah,
they would bob and weave out of the way, but you would see them either hands all up in the air
yeah.
and bat out of the way, glove out of the way, or just dropping the hands altogether. Loud appeal. Mackenzie, it is bowling from that northern end. The end of the 19th over, we again are caught up in that talk of spinners and pitches in the Caribbean. 20 overs gone. It means that we would have a result on our hands here. 20 overs being what requires to constitute a game. It's 59 for 9, so we would have had a result either way. Just one wicket now in hand, but the
Yeah,
opening batter is still out there, Charles.
yeah. So it comes back to those fundamentals, Billy. I mean, the simple things of grounding your bat, sliding your bat in when you're running, run the first one hard. Those kind of fundamentals, I think, have been lost in the game. Working the ball in for a single. You don't have to hit a boundary, or you don't have to soak up 20 dot balls and then hit a boundary to get off the mark. Turn the ball into the leg side, push the ball into the offside. See how the ball is feeling off the bat to get those runs, to get going.
Yeah, and you hit the nail on the head there because we did, as I mentioned, about 68 dot deliveries between the two leg spinner
Yeah.
in the first innings. And now just a wild swing from Charles outside of the off stump to Morton, who's bringing the ball back into him. And there is protection on the boundary on the onside. There are a lot of overs still to come with a small total to be chased.
A classic example was the recently concluded T20 World Cup. West Indies scored 139 against South Africa of 60 deliveries. 60 deliveries without balls. They batted all 20 overs. They scored 139 runs of 60 deliveries, and that's what they had to defend. They didn't have to defend 141. If they had just gotten 20 more runs, 30 more runs out of those 60 dot balls, what could have happened? They could have been into the final.
Particularly in T20 where now we have left arm spinners and this one pulled into the onside. It is going to go to that man in the deep, and exactly what we have been talking about. Wild swing outside the off stump. He does get some bat onto it, Charles, but there is protection out there in the deep. He's sitting with the wind, but he still can't get it over the boundary. And there's a fielder out there on the boundary in the deep. Was a early catch to him in the end. And that is the fall of the 10th wicket, and 59 all out here. The Windward Islands, particularly disappointing, chasing 133. And have a look at that catch. Comfortable as you like there.
Block that one easily enough.
Yeah, he put two down when he was in the middle of the captain. Says, you go on the
He
boundary
certainly
now.
didn't pluck that one.
And it was off of Morton again. And this time holding on to this catch to a very grateful Morton, who has 4 wickets for 6 runs, the left arm spinner. And we'll just run through the batting card for the Windward Islands. Just 59 runs all out. Theo Edwards, the captain, going for 6. Luvio Charles out there. Just the last wicket to fall. He's gone for 5, coming back out after being retired. Hurt, struck in the ribcage by a ball off Kylie Tong. And Tan Elcock, 11 off of 27. Ursino Fontaine, no score for him. Edmond Moranci, just 1. Cody Grant put up some resistance, 17 off of 25. Jelani Joseph, no score. Cody Fontenelle, no score. Noel Duran, no score. It's not a repeat. Watson Seaton, no score. And the youngster Bishop left not out in the 19 extras and the bowling card, Andrew.
Macaulay Tong opened the bowling, 5 overs, 2 for 18. Caden Francis also bowled well, 4 overs, 1 for 10. Tanez Francis, 1 over, none for 7. Israel Morton, well, that little fellow was the pick of the bowlers, 5.4 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 6. And Micah McKenzie, well supported the right arm leg spinner, 5 overs, 2 for 9. And that's how it wraps up here with the Windward Islands having been limited the Leeward Islands to 133. They eventually fall for a very paltry 59, and they'd be disappointed with that loss. But for the Leewards, actually, they would be very good because that would help their run rate quite a bit.
Exactly. So their net run rate would be sitting pretty there. And with Trinidad and Tobago with the only result so far in the tournament, and those other 2 games are taking place at the NCC and in Trinidad. The weather looks quite good. So we should get a result in those 2 games, and Leeward Islands with a chance of going on top of the table here with 3 games left, in fact. 2 games left, in fact. One Sunday, a T20 affair, reduced the game. And on Monday will be the last of the 50 over affair. So Leeward Islands will be very much happy with the result here today. And of course, we'll invite you to tune in to the other games taking place on the YouTube channel streaming. As from here at the Gilbert Park, it's a victory for the Leeward Islands under 17, winning by 74 runs. And the game finishes a bit early in glorious sunshine. The ground is bathed in. And from the Gilbert Park here, Andrew, will be goodbye.
Yeah, as soon as the game has finished, the sun comes out in all its glory, almost as if to celebrate that win for the Leeward Islands boys, who win by 74 runs. On behalf of Billy Furlong, myself, Andrew Chan, Matthew Rajadam, Dylan Sharma, and that man, Kadir Mohammed. This is 360, Cricket 360, signing off from Gilbert Park for Cricket West Indies.